Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hi, it's crossover.
Matt. Hello.
Hello, Josh.
Hello, Matt.
Boom,
Yeah.
Bow facial.
It's so good to see you again.
So good to see you too.
Is this all going to be the rest of the year now? Boom, bow facial.
Hey,
Tortillas.
happy football day, man.
Happy football,
Happy football day.
There's no football today. Just
to
settle
America.
down.
Stand up with
Just
me. We
settle
made it.
down.
We made it.
Victory!
You guys are such idiots.
No, we're not, John.
We're together.
Yes, you are.
We're together. We're locking hands.
Just lean into
Locking
it.
hands.
Lean
We
into
are
it.
together.
You guys won't.
We are
watch-
together.
Now you'll watch most of it because you're a degenerate.
I
You
have to
money
watch our
on the
movie
game.
club movie tonight. I have to
So
watch
do
our movie
I.
club movie tonight.
Yeah, I got the under 33.5. So
Under 33.5 plays you're going to watch?
no. I'll watch every play of Carson Beck tonight. I'm actually very interested in his
I'm
career.
not.
What he's made.
Who's the Carolina quarterback? The other guy on the
Kenny
poster?
Pickett, the glove.
Oh, that was Kenny Pickett?
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you lotion your hands? You actually have like pretty. I don't know.
No, they're actually not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you got smooth hands. You got like well manicured.
I do not
You have well manicured
these are
hands.
TikTok hands.
The softest. You're the second softest hands I've ever
I
felt.
don't do yard work.
Second softest.
The softest hands I've ever felt are Kevin Kugler's. Kevin Kugler has the softest hands I've ever shook.
I think you
I'm
just
not.
got,
I'm just.
you just got
I'm-
blocked by Kevin on Twitter.
I shook his hand,
Stand
and
over
I was like, "What a well moisturized hand."
I really
stand
hope
right
you
over
enjoyed
here.
your relationship with Kevin.
What?
I think
That's not an
I think
insult.
It is over now.
He
I
has
shook his
ended-
hand, and I was like, "Wow,
He has
what
ended
like."
relationships
I-
over less. I think that yours is
No,
now.
he
that's
has.
ridiculous.
You're never going to have him on your show.
I don't think we
Also,
ever were
why
anyway.
Did a piece of popcorn just fall out of your pocket?
Just holding on to my popcorn, man. Got to have pocket
I
popcorn.
think that's worth
Pocket
one of
food.
your memes.
What?
The one where you have with the quote, the
Oh yeah.
quotation.
What do you wanted to say?
Well,
Kevin Kugler.
you have
has this-
saw.
That's not an insult. He obviously
tag Kevin
takes
in
care of
Unreal.
his hygiene very well. It was impressive.
I think the quote was something to the effect of It was like the second softest hands
Yeah.
behind Kevin Kugler's.
Yeah.
That's
he's
it.
got very nice hands.
You didn't
Let's
say
look.
that.
You
said
definitely
it's very
see,
soft.
Well,
now
it's
this is
nice-
interesting. Now
nice
he's
and-
like, this is a good thing, guys.
No, it's a good thing. That's
very
a
good
what?
thing.
I mean,
You
Kevin.
said it about me with a tone, your
No, I
hands are
didn't.
so
I said
soft.
you just have. So I mean, look, I'm not surprised that you have soft hands. You know,
Wow.
I mean,
yeah.
he's a soft hand type of guy.
Mhm.
I once said about Josh Peterson. Josh looks like the type of guy that you would think has a lot of allergies, but actually doesn't.
Don't you only want
You look
soft-
like
That's pretty
you look
funny.
like you'd be allergic to peanut butter and eggs.
I do look
you
like
know?
that kind of
like
guy.
Josh looks like the type of.
You know what I am? I'm the opposite.
You are a vacuum.
I don't
You-
get knock on wood. I rarely get sick. I don't have any allergies. I'm like totally fine.
You are the skinniest vacuum I've ever seen.
Yeah?
You love
I'll take it.
food, and
I
yet
do.
you look like you never eat it.
Mm.
That was mean.
I just got
That was
That's
rude.
because he only eats it with his face.
just got a tweet, the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter
Yes,
feed from
yes.
one Kevin Kugler.
Yes, and
Kind of fired up to see who takes over the midday host that's about to be fired. You can't take it back. Can't take it back, man.
that's a Hall of Famer you're disparaging.
I'm going to be at
With
a
his soft
ceremony.
hands.
I'll be there at the ceremony.
No way. Oh, he's not going to allow you
I
in
need
the
to
building.
find out who's doing the presentation so I can have them change their speech and say, and now, ladies and gentlemen, the newest member of the Nebraska Hall of Fame and the softest hands in this institution, Kevin Kugler.
I am sad I won't be able to go.
Wait, you're not going?
I am unable to go.
I was going to bum a ride off of you.
Yeah, I am house sitting, and so I'm
What do you
literally.
mean you're not going?
I have to go and let my friends' dogs out and feed them. I'm very distraught about this. I want to be there.
Wow. I'm going to be there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think there's
not anymore.
I think there's only a one soft hands per policy at the Hall of Fame dinner.
I
so
cannot believe you,
only
Matt.
Kevin can be there with his
We were
pillowy
He's
soft
beautifully,
hands.
yes, they're very nice.
This
I shook him and I was like, wow.
Who's
like
that-
I was
who's-
like,
What's
that's
that guy's
I was
name?
like
Mike,
those.
what's his name?
I
The
was
My
like,
Pillow guy.
I was like, those are the hands of a Fox
Lindell?
play-by-play
Mike
announcer.
Lindell.
yeah.
I was like,
Kevin's
that's
Mike
I was,
Lindell
This
hands.
could have been a crossover for you and me to celebrate the return of football season.
And now it's
And
been
we are. We're
hijacked
talking
by
about one of the
soft
voices of
hands.
Mm.
Soft
Ba-da-ba,
hands.
ba-da-ba. Man, football.
Man, they're gonna have to change the theme now when Kevin's doing a game. It's just
you're
it's
the
gonna
one.
have to be the-
You're making it way worse than I am.
I don't think so.
This is actually not the first time I've mentioned, shaking Kevin's hand. Let me shake your hand.
Can we check on Twitter and see if the handle at Soft Hands is being
You
used?
are you. Now this is on you for being the ass. I'm not being the ass. You're being the ass.
Say it. I walked into this studio with the intention to just rail on the Cubs for throwing
Kevin's
to third
probably
base
doing that right now,
three
too.
times and allowing a run to score.
It wasn't the Cubs
from
who did
third
it. It
base.
was David Peterson's dumbass who did it.
He's a member of the Cubs.
Who does David Peterson play for, Matt?
The Cubs.
Exactly. I was
Bingo.
fully prepared to use the entire 30 minutes until Soft Hands came up.
By the
And
way,
now
at
it's all
Soft Hands on
different.
Twitter is used by an account named Stephen Martin, and this person joined Twitter in June of 2007. No tweets. No tweets, 3
No
followers.
tweets? What a waste of a
Oh,
good
no.
handle.
Yeah, this person should get banned. Ban Soft
Dan
Hands.
Steve Martin
Yeah.
says
Says me.
says
Says McMaster. I can't believe you, Matt.
I do
That's
unbelievable
incredible.
things every day.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
I shock people every day.
Do you?
I hope I do.
Yeah.
Well,
Really?
you should
That's your
ground
goal?
yourself. You should ground yourself a little better.
Goal is to shock people every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've made it. I've very clearly after I might have made a mistake there. I said it. I meant it as a compliment, by the way.
Definitely. Again, the tone of which you said that was terrible.
It was bad.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't mean it that way.
hands are so soft.
No, I didn't say.
The only person who's got softer hands is Kevin Kugler.
Yeah, seriously.
No, you got to do a Chicago accent if you're imitating me.
No,
Let me
gotta
tell you
do
what,
it.
man. The only guy I've
No,
ever
that's
had.
John Gruden. You're doing
Yeah.
John Gruden.
Did you
John
see?
Gruden would only talk about soft hands if he was talking about a wide receiver.
Oh, I bet in those emails when he called, remember that?
Yeah.
Soft hands was definitely used as a slur in there somewhere.
yeah.
Definitely used as a slur in there.
What did
I
he?
bet that Goodell. I bet he's got some soft hands.
Bingo. Bingo. Bingo.
What was? Didn't Bo have in his goodbye
In the
audio
speech?
tape?
You're talking about the one at, at
Well, I know
Lincoln
he
North
called.
Star?
I know he called him the C word,
He
right?
said the C word a lot.
Right, but I
Yeah.
thought he had another phrase too to describe old Silent Sean.
He talked about him working he was like, he could manage a McDonald's, if I remember right. Gosh, I wonder if there
we
is.
need to do a dramatic reading of that. Sometime.
Oh, I
On
don't
the
know.
anniversary.
I don't fully know what were
So
you
you don't
talking
know
about?
about this? Okay, so
the second audio tape.
So a
that
second
hit-
audio
that hit
tape.
The program?
Was this the one from North Star?
this is the one from
Yes.
North Star.
Okay, I know about this one.
Yeah.
He said
Yeah.
some fairly rude things about a certain athletic
Yeah,
director.
called
He
him the
called him the
C
C word. That's what we were just talking about. Yeah.
He called him crap.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Among other words. Yeah. So here's a fun little behind the scenes story. So I heard about Everybody had heard about this.
Sure.
Everybody who knew anything had heard. Bo Pelini met with the team at North Star, and it sounds like there might be a tape of it. So a lot of us, well, I don't know how many in the media were chasing after it. I know I was chasing after it.
You were going after the.
I-
to
I
get the
didn't.
actual tape.
I didn't know this. This is interesting.
I thought that I was going to have access to it. And so we talked to our boss, who talked to the corporate lawyers about, if we get this, can we play it? And we basically were getting permission from above.
Sure.
We got permission. I didn't get it. Dirk Chatelain did, and the World Herald had it. It was like 15 minutes of him absolutely eviscerating everything. It would have been.
Did you ever play it over the air in its entirety?
I don't think we played the whole thing. I
No,
think
we played clips.
clips.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because things had to be bleeped.
A lot of bleeds.
Yeah.
But if he would have been
A lot
proactive
of
and called
bleeps.
him soft hands, we could have played that.
Definitely.
That we wouldn't have
Gosh,
had
I
to
wish
bleep
I
that.
could have gotten that. That would have been awesome.
It would
for
have been.
us.
Yeah, we
Good
never.
job, Dirk.
When I got here to Nebraska, I had to learn about all the leaks that were happening.
Well, there was only the two.
Yeah, but that was
really
still a
only-
lot.
It was really only one.
Yeah.
Because
first
the
one-
second one, it's like, but did Bo care that got out? Hell
No, not at all. I'm just I'm thinking back to like the history of how I had to learn everything. Like,
Yeah.
the Callahan era probably took like an hour of explaining. Like the year they lost to USC to start the season, that was a
07.
big deal.
Changed
07.
It was
everything.
bad.
Solich, the Solich era only took half an hour. They're like, yeah, like he won,
I
but
don't
it
think
was
the
like
Solich-
Tom's
Solich era
guys.
is not
and
as
this
like
and that.
dramatic and like fun.
No.
It was just like they were really good. They started, they got a little bit worse, and then they really got worse.
The
Then they were
Bo-
good again, and then he got fired.
The Bo era took about 3 hours to explain.
Bo
to
era
me.
is fast.
There's a lot of stuff.
There
with
was
the
it
Bo
was a
era.
good, and by the way, Severe explained all of this to me over
job,
multiple.
Michael.
It took
How would
Severe
you
about
describe his hands?
I've never really shook Michael's hands before. I don't really have a
Why?
memory.
Do you have an aversion to?
Oh, is it because he's black?
Wow, Josh just comes in with the bowling ball. I was just going to hit you with the little tennis ball, and then Josh said, "No, here's a bowling ball right to the stomach."
First Schaefer,
Bam!
now me. We're all going down like flies.
Austin says Matt refuses to touch Michael Severe. It's a tough look. It's a very tough look.
But he was more than happy to touch Kugler. Why? Soft hands.
Ooh, here's a fun one from Odson. Go around the table. Biggest regret / miss of your career. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to get that audio tape. That would have been sweet. Because that was also my first football season on the air. My boss wanted me fired, so it would have been like, look at this, boss. Look at what I did. The Bo audio tape.
I'm trying to think of what my biggest miss was.
That one time you said Notre Dame was.
Oh, get out of here. It was one of the dumbest things of all time. That's so dumb. It was blown out of proportion. God, I get so frustrated thinking of that.
Yeah. Is there anything that you had or almost had, or a piece of intel that you wish you would have delivered to the radio audience?
No, not really.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, just delivered a piece of
yeah.
intel that no one needed to know, but
Well,
That's
maybe
true.
some people knew already.
that Kevin had soft hands.
I don't know. Maybe that was info that was already out there.
Unreal.
No, not in particular. I mean, I thought Vic Beasley out of Missouri was going to be an awesome linebacker for Atlanta, and he really ended up having kind of a short-lived career.
How about you, John? Anything?
Yeah. Other than
Biggest regret
that,
of your career, John.
other
There's
than that-
plenty. I don't know. I
Joining
can't.
me.
I try. No,
Yeah.
I just try to.
honestly,
I
we
try
might
to flush a lot of the dumb things I've done.
be living through one of the biggest regrets of my career currently right now.
This crossover?
This crossover might end up being. I admitted to not touching Michael, and also
Kevin says, pretty sure we just heard his biggest miss today.
that's tough. Someone I very much is respect and would like to be like someday.
Definitely.
You know.
Definitely, yeah.
Well,
that's
I mean,
tough.
I'd love to have hands like you someday, Kevin.
Seriously, that's what I thought. I was like, what does this guy do? What's his routine?
You know what? The first step to becoming better, as good as Kevin, first step, moisturize.
You aren't helping. You are not. You are not helping. I also too. It's funny that he's adding you in all these because he doesn't follow me. So it's
Guess what?
Here you go. Hey, Kev, just if you're wondering, here I'm going to refollow you right now so you can get the notification.
Now,
right there.
how quickly though before
He
suddenly
blocks me.
you're not. No, he'll do it's a soft block.
Yeah.
You block them and then you unblock them, so then they unfollow you. It's a tale as old as time. I've done the soft block before. I don't want you in my mentions. Block, unblock. See you later.
A soft block?
That's what it's
How
called.
soft are you that you have to know what the soft block is?
This soft.
Very soft,
Yeah.
clearly.
Notice that Kevin and Josh are the masters of the soft block. The first and second softest hands you've ever encountered.
I have never
By the way, your
blocked
mom's
anybody.
probably out there going, "What about my hands? I've been using
What
Avon
about
products."
No,
Mrs.
she's-
McMaster?
My
Since
mom's hands aren't
1989.
soft. She's Cuban. She works very hard. She gets them, puts
So
them in the
Kevin
dirt.
doesn't.
Wow.
No,
Is an
no,
NFL
I never
announcer.
said that. Don't pull a Peterson. You're putting words in
You know,
my
there's
mouth.
only 16 voices of the NFL at a given time. 16.
And I'm going to shake one of their hands on Tuesday.
No, you are not.
Nope, not anymore.
Not anymore. Definitely not
It
anymore.
ain't happening.
Yeah, he might block you in person.
That'd be tough. That'd be a very tough
Yeah,
block.
he will get out his phone. He will show it to
How
you.
are you not
and
going?
Hit the block button with this very soft index
Like I said,
finger.
I'm house sitting, and okay, maybe I'm
You-
going to
come on. You can figure this out.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to my friend. I'm going to sit.
You can figure this out. And then
Because
you,
well, here's the thing: we would have to do the show there, and so we have to figure out that component.
or you can just,
I think I can make
the
this
last hour of the show.
what recorded. We've never done that before.
No, it's impossible.
Always live. I'm gonna work some magic. I'm gonna talk to my friend.
And then what if we did a thing where like I get my car to your place and then I
Now,
ride
how
with
are we riding together
and
if I'm
then
doing the show from Lincoln?
and then shoot.
Why are you trying to
Bum a ride?
bogart a ride here?
He wants us to chat about football on the way down.
Exactly.
All right, I can let me
It's 2:10. We've got another 15 minutes. You can start right now.
Yeah, but I want to start brainstorming with Peterson.
Why not right now?
I think I can figure something out.
And I would like a glass of
Well,
wine.
Let's.
You're going to have a glass of wine while he's driving, so you're going to go all Musburger, and
That's
he's going to get
illegal.
pulled
You
over.
can't do
for
that in
over-
Nebraska.
Not while he's driving.
This
I
is
meant at the
Missouri.
event.
Yeah,
A nice red wine, a nice Cabernet.
Yeah, but you're worried about the drive up there. It sounds like you're more interested in the free ride.
All right,
No, I love Josh. I want to be with Josh for a very extended period of time.
Because his soft hands.
Yeah, for sure.
I love soft hands. I think the people who have soft hands are some of the best people I've ever met.
So when you're sitting at the table and it's time to pass the rolls, it's hey, pass me the rolls with those soft hands.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna have a conversation after the crossover with somebody. I don't know, because actually, now that I think about it, I think that there could be something.
You should go. He's been
I want to
instrumental.
go.
He's been instrumental in your career.
He's my mentor.
Yeah, you have to go there.
We've shared DMs today. Not about you.
Well, I think that might end up being the opposite now.
Yeah.
Once again, this might be one of the biggest misses of my career. It's tough.
Yeah, but how about the return of the NFL tonight? That's pretty exciting, at least.
Yeah, Tirico on the call.
Yeah.
Could be great.
Man, he drew the short straw. He's like, this isn't in my contract.
No way, John.
I got to call a preseason game.
I can't believe that you, of all people, diss on the preseason. When
I
in
do
like
all the time.
in 2 months, you're going to be like, join me on the call of the Creighton preseason game against McKendree. Join me. It's going to be great.
It's against Iowa State.
Join me.
But he's actually contracted to do that.
That's right.
Right.
He actually gets paid.
I get paid to do that.
I'm sure if John got paid to watch preseason football, he
Would
would
he
like
do it?
preseason football.
I'm getting paid to watch preseason football next Saturday. I can't wait.
I'm going to get paid to
Well, I
watch
ain't getting paid
preseason
tonight.
football tonight.
No, you're not. You're going to probably lose.
No, I'm not going to lose. I
He's saying it's a
guarantee you I
part
will
of his
not
prep.
lose.
He's
What's
saying
your
it's a part of
bets?
his prep.
I'm just saying under 33 and a half plus 104. It's rainy tonight. 83 degrees and rainy in Cleveland, Ohio. Did you check the forecast?
It's not
You're
in
not
Cleveland,
in
though.
Cleveland. Wrong.
All right, wherever they're at.
Akron.
Akron, Canton.
Not in
or
Akron.
They're in
Yeah,
Canton.
Guys,
Akron.
I thought I was with a couple of football fans.
Ohio's Ohio. Who cares where you're at and which city? It's all the same.
Mm.
I can't believe that place has so many different pro teams. Ohio. You know,
Well, they have two.
they have the Columbus Blue Jackets. They have the Cleveland
I
Cavaliers.
thought you were just talking
They have the
football.
Cincinnati Reds. They
I
have
thought you-
Cincinnati
the Columbus
Bengals.
Blue
They
Jackets.
have the Cleveland Browns.
I don't know if you know this, but Ohio's kind of got a lot of population.
They
It's
got a
pretty
lot of
big
different
state.
cities. You ever been to Columbus?
Yes.
I hear it's a beautiful city.
Yeah, we had a good time there, and then the game started.
That was that right after, speaking of
That
lore,
was
that was right after Damon got hired, right? And so he
Yes.
was back here doing overreaction.
Yes.
Wow. So it was everybody on the station doing bigger reaction, but at the time we had 4 hosts.
Oh, wow.
Bob wasn't here again yet, and so they were 3 in Columbus because this former NFL player decided to quit the station after 6 weeks. But then Damon got hired.
Yeah,
But Damon was here, and Nebraska got absolutely boat raced. It was a pretty bad time.
they did.
I've been to Columbus once.
Nebraska was in it for like a quarter and a half.
I was Kevin Spotter there in 2016.
Oh, wow.
I had a great time. Really enjoyable trip.
They compared notes on soft hands.
Ohio State
was waiting
whooped
for the
up
joke to
on
come.
somebody, Tulsa maybe, and that stadium is huge. It was pretty cool going to the stadium because that's what Memorial Stadium used as some inspiration for the East and West rotundas. Right? Is that what they're called?
Something like
Well, isn't a rotunda? Isn't that an Italian bakery? Or you like that one? That was a good one.
No.
That was a good one.
No,
Come
I
on,
did
that was a
not
good
like
one.
it.
Mustache Adam says Jason Peters, former Eagle, the very same. The very same.
Former Panther.
Former Panther.
I wonder if they'll bring
Former Panther.
bringing back the Panther legends tonight.
Oh man, I hope so.
Oh, will Matt Rule be there?
Dude.
Matt Rule and Jason Peter can both be there.
Yes.
Okay, here's something for you. So, we have listener John, we have listener Doc, among others, who hate Matt Rule. What's the guy, Greg from Myrtle Beach? Is he the guy who calls him middle school Rule?
Middle school
I can't
rules,
wait
but-
to hear that guy.
But
back
ever
during
since the
season.
Connor Happer show has no longer been on the air, Greg from Myrtle Beach has been gone, unfortunately. Haven't seen him a whole lot.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunate.
So they hate him, right? Like,
Yeah,
they
they
trash
they're
that
not
guy.
fans.
My sister-in-law is a Panther fan. An
Oh.
actual
Diehard
Panther
fan?
fan. She went to the playoff game against the Rams this past year. Her mom, huge Panther fan. When Nebraska hired Matt Rule, the laughter that emanated from her.
Uh-oh.
And then I actually watched the Minnesota game with her. She was over at my parents'
Oh, no.
house. And she was like, this is exactly what he always does. She was calling it. She was like, I don't know why anybody is excited.
Wow.
So shout out to her.
Yeah, but Temple and Baylor. Come
Yeah,
on.
she was like, I don't care. She said it's Thursday. I don't care.
Ha!
And it is Thursday.
It is Thursday.
Thursday.
Yes.
I don't care.
Which is why it's so appropriate that the Hall of Fame game is tonight.
You're not going to watch one snap? Come on, you lie.
Probably not.
You lie. You
Probably
will.
not.
You'll watch a snap.
Because I need to watch our movie.
What movie is it?
Blackberry.
Oh,
It's
is that the
on
one with that guy who's from She's
Nailed it.
Out of Your League?
I have no idea who's in this.
She's Out of Your. He's like the nerdy looking dude. He plays all the nerdy guys in the rom coms.
Glenn Howerton is in it. Oh, that guy, Jay Buchel?
Yeah.
Nice.
Have you ever seen She's Out of Your League?
Maybe. John, did you ever see the boxing movie by Clint Eastwood?
Just pieces.
Okay. You'll recognize this guy. He is a part of like the Seth Rogen crew. He's been in some of those movies. He was in Knocked Up, among others.
Okay.
You'll
She's Out of Your
recognize
League is a Mike McMaster classic.
By the way, is this supposed to be a comedy?
I believe there will be some comedic elements. Comedy drama, according to Wikipedia.
I'm pretty sure Steve Jobs is in that movie. Somebody plays a Steve Jobs feller.
Oh,
in
yeah?
that movie. Yes.
Well, it is about technology. and-
That's a movie that for whatever reason pops up a lot on YouTube Shorts.
What movie?
Blackberry.
Oh, really? I've never seen
I've
it.
never heard of it.
I'm excited to watch it.
Apparently, it seems like it's a very good movie.
Otson says
Seems like
Jay
people
was
like
the
it.
first to tell us that Jonah Hill was an a-hole. Did you guys see the quote from Jonah
Oh, he'll
Hill?
screw you up. He'll
Did you-
F
that
you
was
up,
weird.
bro.
Did you see this quote, John? So
From who? About who?
Jonah Hill,
Hill.
Peter Brand,
So
Peter Brand.
Jonah
Moneyball.
Hill. Jonah
What?
Hill
played
has-
in Moneyball. He was in Moneyball,
Oh,
Jonah
okay,
Hill,
okay.
and Superbad.
No, I know who Jonah Hill is. I thought you were talking about this Peter guy.
No. Jonah Hill.
So Jonah Hill has lost a lot of weight.
Yes, he has.
lately. Congratulations,
And he
to
got new
Jonah Hill.
teeth, too.
He said that I'm trying to find the exact quote. Do you have the exact quote?
The exact quote is like, I do
Yeah, he goes-
jujitsu.
He says, "I'm not the fat guy from Superbad. If any, my favorite thing is when people come up and say, "Aren't you the fat guy from Superbad?" Because I will annihilate them. Like he's like,
Because
okay.
he does jujitsu now.
I will annihilate them.
Yeah,
He's
it
not
has
even a
to-
black
I'll
belt.
put you in a leg lock, bro.
Yeah, just
You ever
to-
get put in a leg lock?
just to use
That's
try-
not a part of
Oh,
jiu-jitsu.
he didn't have to strap the ball. Useless.
I'm shocked.
Useless. This guy.
How do you drop that? You're a professional baseball player.
Ian Pop Out Hap.
I could catch
That's
that.
ridiculous. Gold Glover.
So, in other words, you can't talk to Jonah Hill anymore then.
No, you can't. You can't call him the
Is-
fat guy from Superbad or the fat guy from
The role that made him a
Um,
star.
Wolf of
Seriously?
Wall Street or the fat guy from Moneyball
Speaking of weird
or
teeth,
the fat guy from 21 Jump Street or the fat guy from 22 Jump Street. You can't call him any of that.
don't call him that.
Do not bring up his previous weight
I will not say
because
that.
he'll annihilate you, John.
Cool.
What a tryhard.
He'll annihilate you.
That is a try hard. It's a very try hard.
Still a
thing.
super bad.
It's also not like ripped or anything now either.
He's just skinny.
Yeah, skinnier.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Oh, so you're alleging he's still a little fat.
he's still a little chubby.
Nobody says, "Dear Jonah, that's assault, brother."
That's a good one.
All right, man. We have a guest coming up soon, so we probably
I
say
figured.
goodbye.
That-
This is good for you to end this crossover. Let's just get out of
Yeah,
here.
this crossover was not good to you.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here. Stop it.
I'm not the one.
You're
that
the one
said
who
that
ruined
Kevin's
it.
got soft hands.
It was not an insult. It's not an insult.
Can't believe you said that.
I can't either.
Oh, here it
Started
is.
off
Okay.
really hot. This
Here's-
crossover.
Thank you to
Kinda-
Hodson. He said
kinda
the
just
exact quote. He
petered
said,
out.
"I love Brazilian jiu-jitsu, except my body is begging me not to love it. My wife is often like, 'You're not going to become a professional fighter. You know that, right? You're a comedian. If we get into it, I would F you up. I would F all three of you up. My favorite thing," here's the money quote, John. "My favorite thing is people are like, 'Oh, Jonah Hill, effing fat guy from Superbad.' And I'm like, 'I would effing annihilate you, dude. I'm not kidding you. Try it. If you see me, try it, dude. Bring it. Who's got it?"
That guy's a loser.
Yeah, come on, man.
Guys,
Jonah, you were funny.
See,
Used to be.
everyone's all up in arms and wanting to get in Dylan's crap. They should be getting after Jonah Hill.
Sit Destroyer says, "Happy New Year." I would love to hear this crossover again in December. Happy New Year.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would.
I wonder what game Kevin will be assigned to that week.
Oh, bum, 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 bum. Oh, wait, that's NBC.
Yeah. If you're asked Kevin, he'd be like, I wonder what janitorial closet McMaster will be in December.
Excellent question.
We'll be able to answer that for you perhaps in the next crossover. Happy New Year.
Nice.
By the way, welcome back. Connor is now doing double duty again. It's good to have you back in our crossover, Connor.
Dick thought they were a lot better.
I miss you,
Connor,
Happer.
got anything to say about the appendages of any of the former zone hosts?
Yeah,
Great. Okay,
Kevin
let's move
Googler,
on.
hardest hands I've ever shaken.
And I am totally not afraid to shake hands with Michael.
That's true. Happer loves Michael.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody.
1620 the zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yes, we are here. Man, it's Thursday already. This week has moved pretty quick.
I know. And now we get to watch football tonight.
No, we're watching baseball right now.
It's 2:29, John.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hope you're having a great Thursday, everyone. It's good to have you with us here on the program. John, Josh, and Jake today. Nick is still doing his thing. I wonder if he's
Doing that thing for that chicken wang.
been arrested yet out there.
He's not on the socials very much. He's
Well,
really
good for him.
yeah,
You know
he's
what? When you're on
unplugging.
vacation, you don't need to be on the social
I
media.
agree. He's unplugged. He's enjoying his time.
Go
He's-
do your thing. Challenge that crap, man. That thing was a foot outside.
Yeah, he told me in the email. He said, "I don't want you to contact me at all."
Did he
Only
really
emer-
say
that's
that?
what
Well,
vacation
just for
should be.
emergencies.
That's
But I was
what
like, I
vacation
Nick
wish
should
that
doesn't
that.
let people contact him during his lunch break, so he's definitely not going to allow you to talk to him while he's on vacation.
and that's fine.
Mm,
You know, it's his vacation.
yeah.
He should be spending time, you know, with his wife.
Well,
Because
I'll say this.
this is their delayed honeymoon.
He
right?
let us down with our guest today. Now he did. I mean, I'm blaming him for this. I'm blaming him for this fault or all. Certainly, I'm not blaming Jake for it. I'm blaming Nick for
I
it.
tried my best.
Now we ended up getting somebody, and I'm very excited to talk to our guest.
I
But
am excited, too.
Nick lied to us. You lie.
did, man.
Mm.
He lied to us so
Stibbs
hard.
says, "Wow, what a jerk! I always helped." Stibbs would respond to text messages during his lunch hour.
Well, but you know,
It's also because he got threatened by our former boss, and he was afraid that he was going to get fired. If he
yeah,
responded to
that,
people.
and he never got married, so he
it's
didn't-
going to happen.
didn't have to worry about the old ball and chain saying,
Stop answering your texts.
So I saw Stibbs earlier this summer at a gathering, and he was having a conversation
Yeah.
with a woman at this gathering who is already married, but she has a friend. And she was like, I'm trying to maybe set Stibbs up with this friend because, and here's where I think they can come together. This friend apparently just had to put down her really old dog. And at the time, Stibbs said, "That's great. I have an old dog that's going to die soon." And sadly, Eddie has left the world. They can bond over old dogs no longer being with us. It's a great way to begin a relationship, I think.
Yeah.
Now that was in
Yes.
June, July. I don't know if they ever had any conversation.
I'm sure there were
I
some
hope
of our
so.
boys overseas, you
Get it,
know, when they were
Stibbs?
fighting off the Nazis.
Yeah,
who
under.
hooked up with
Yeah.
the French widows
Mm.
whose husbands. They didn't die in the war. They just
Oui, oui.
they just surrendered.
Nice. Good job
Um,
by you.
But yeah. I
Just send in a bunch of eye emojis, John.
I guess I could see the point.
Kenneth says, I saw Stibbs last week. He looks great. Yeah, he does. I saw him recently,
Stibbs
too.
is a fantastic person.
He's filling in next week. We will get his movie club pick on tomorrow's Grum because it is his
yeah, he's
turn.
kind of on a string here of actually picking normal things.
Yeah.
I'm
Is
starting
he?
to wonder if this is like a cry for help.
Or it's a cry for, I'm in a relationship now. Could it be that? Could Stibbs be?
Or it's just John's not going to be around to watch it, complain about it, so I might as well pick a good movie
That's
this
true.
time.
That is pretty
so
funny.
I don't have to suffer through it too.
That is pretty funny.
Who knows? But
Mm-hmm.
anyway,
Mm-hmm.
Grum down.
Stibbs says he's not dating anybody. You'll get there, Stibbs. I believe in you.
Camp questions, and more questions. We got questions.
Question for you.
We got questions.
Do we have any answers?
Probably not.
Okay.
In 25 teams, are we talking about an IU repeat?
The
Is that-
whole thing?
Zach Osterman of the Indianapolis Star.
Nice.
Covers the Hoosiers.
Awesome.
We'll be talking to him here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
What can be expected from a transfer up quarterback? What is a transfer up quarterback? Great question. Glad you asked. Here's the answer. It's a quarterback who has made the transfer up.
Oh, that's what it means?
From the lower levels of football, the
dregs?
G5s, G6s of the world, the FCSs of the world, into the Power Four. And how did they do? If you get nothing else from this segment, at least I realized that Jed has a new Twitter handle. I didn't realize Jed got
he got Elon.
He got the thing that killed Damon, the whole vote
Damon's
for my
back,
podcast.
though. Yeah,
I know. Somehow Damon got his account back, but Jed didn't get his, so he just started a new one.
Yeah.
Jed did some good research. And we're gonna exploit it today.
By the way, another former Husker. You've probably seen him on Twitter, Brian Wilson. Brian with a Y, not the Beach Boys singer.
Yeah, the former running back from California.
I believe California. He reached out to me today. He wants me to vote for his podcast. So
did he?
Another one bites the dust.
Oh, there we go. Another ex-Husker bites the dust.
Bites the dust.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. He has never asked me to vote for his podcast.
God, let's hope that he never does.
I hope to hell he doesn't.
Robin, I don't want to vote for your podcast.
The supervillains of college football. Our friend Ryan McGee came up with this list. And so on a whim, I came up with a list of supervillains of the Big Red.
I love this. This is a great idea. I've not read your list yet because I actually wanted to react to it on the air. So I don't know who. So I did see your number one. That was the only one that I saw.
Yeah.
But I don't know the other ones, and so I want to go in totally blind.
So we'll do that, and
we're going to talk about what Jack tomorrow too.
I'm not going to be so bold as to say this is the definitive list. There are no other lists like it. This is the best list in the world. No, it's a dynamic list. It's a list that I can be influenced to change some things or to include some things. I mean, I literally came up with it in 15 minutes.
Okay.
It was very fast. I like to do things fast. Mitch Holtis. I forgot about Mitch.
Yeah, you missed Mitch Holtis.
It's our first Emmett Johnson Thursday.
I cannot wait.
I don't know if you know this, folks, but Emmett Johnson got drafted by the Chiefs.
It was weird reading Drew McGarry. He's been doing the Wire Team Sucks series for Defector. And in the What's New That Sucks section, he always just goes through all the players. And he talked about how Kenneth Walker is mid, but he's like, but maybe Emmett Johnson will be good. But he said it with some sarcasm. But I was like, whoa, Emmett Johnson. He's on the Chiefs. I can't wait to talk to Mitch about him.
So we're going to get our first Emmett Johnson Thursday update coming up. How appropriate the Hall of Fame game is tonight. I don't care.
It is Thursday. Say it loud and say it proud.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I have one that is connected to Nebraska football.
You don't care about Nebraska football?
I said it's connected to Nebraska football. It's not Nebraska football. It's just connected to Nebraska football.
Okay.
Aaron Judge will be back. He swears.
I believe him. Don't know why, but I do.
And we need to continue the Dylan Nothing Burger streak. I was reminded again, you mentioned it yesterday, but I wanted to verify and double check.
Yeah.
All the falderall this week was that, oh my God, Dylan said that Oregon's got more talent than Nebraska.
Yeah.
I can't believe he said that.
Did you do your own power rankings of individual players? Did you go player by player to prove if he is right?
No, no, because, you don't have to do that.
No.
It's like asking, hey, which thing is hotter? Is it the stove or is it the sun?
I'm going to go stove.
I don't need to do any experimenting.
You probably don't.
I think I know the answer.
One warms us from thousands of miles away, and the other heats up eggs.
Yeah. But you mentioned it yesterday.
What's that?
Rocco Spindler. You remember Rocco? The former Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't say this into an open mic, but he did say it to his teammates. Then it was reported out there by others, including Sean Callahan over at Husker
That's
Online.
what it was. He didn't say it publicly.
He didn't say it publicly,
Correct.
But he did tell his teammates, yeah, we got better talent in this room than they do at Notre Dame.
I think it was stand-up night.
And I remember when we talked about that, I said, well, he's probably being a little
Homer.
being a homer.
Yeah.
But that's what you do. You talk up your teammates.
Sure.
When you're there, you talk. That's all that Dylan was doing.
He was talking up his teammates. Good call.
And what's wrong with telling the truth?
By the way, did you see?
So there you go. We've extended the Dylan Nothing Burger.
Did you see who wrote
3 days
about
ago.
it today? Well, 2 people did. Caleb Henry wrote about it, friend of the Grum, but also
Yeah, but
Ari,
Caleb agrees with us.
Yeah, Ari Wasserman wrote about it, and he disagrees with us. He basically
Ari.
the thesis of Ari's story was Dylan stepped in it. I was like, what? He said that the corn comment could be disparaging.
I am.
So it extends another day.
I'm so tired of people being ashamed of their corn. Listen, the comment that Dylan said was, "Oh, Nebraska got cornfields and they got mountains here."
Yep.
Corn does more for us than mountains do.
Mm-hmm.
Did the mountain ever feed you? Did the mountain ever help fuel your car? Did the mountain ever help feed the cattle that fed you?
I don't think we eat the corn here, right? Isn't it for animals? Isn't our corn animal corn?
Well, some of it is, and some of it. I mean,
I guess
it depends.
animal corn turns
if you're,
into
if
our
you're
own
growing the
food.
sweet corn, you're growing it for human consumption. If you're growing the other types of corn, you're growing it for cattle feed and making ethanol and doing all the things that you can do with corn, because corn's very useful, and you get more out of corn you get out of mountains.
By the way, I said earlier the sun is thousands of miles away. Levi in Colorado says the sun is 93 million miles from us, 1620 the sun. To be fair, you can still have thousands in millions. Like, I'm not wrong. It's just many, many, many more thousands. So what would that be, like 9,300,000 miles away?
This is like you asking me, "Hey, John, how far is your drive to Lincoln?" Oh, it's about 10 billion millimeters. By the way, I need to look that up now.
How many millimeters is it from Omaha to Lincoln?
How many?
I gotta get in my car and make that 48 million millimeter drive home. It's a long one. Well, it's like when you learn as a kid about the yen, and you're like, wait, a burger costs 5 million yen? How much money do they have over in Japan? It's like, no, their money is different than our money.
According to Al, the straight line distance from Omaha to Lincoln is about 79 million millimeters. The driving distance via I-80 is about 101 million millimeters.
Oh, so the first one was as the crow flies.
Yes,
okay.
that's straight line, but if driving distance, because, it's not a perfectly straight line. So every day, I just completed a 101 million millimeter drive, and I've got another one in store tonight.
No wonder you're
Wish
always
me
so
luck,
tired.
everyone, on my ordeal.
Yeah.
I look forward to your famous director making a movie about my odyssey.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I mean, technically, Josh is
I'm not
correct.
wrong. I did Google real quick. After I said that, I was like, hey, Mom, when's the sun? I was like, rats. I should have said, but I was hoping nobody noticed, and then somebody did.
Of course.
Somebody noticed.
Our listeners always notice.
I would expect nothing less.
Because that's what they do.
Mm-hmm. I would expect nothing less.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. By the way, make sure you go to 1620thezone.com and get registered for that Prairie Flower Casino $100 gift card.
Oh, hello. Absolutely.
And they're doing the whole $19.99. I got steaks for $19.99. I can't do the jingle yet, but it's they got the ribeye for $19.99 there at the Prairie Flower
The
Casino.
ribeye isn't from $19.99. The prices are from $19.99. I just want to make sure everybody knows. They've been storing this ribeye for 27 years.
Well, yeah, that's yeah.
I just want to make sure everybody knew.
Well, that would be a well-aged steak. You're supposed to age your steak.
That's true. That would be well aged. All right.
Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Make sure you keep voting in the Husker Expectation Phase 3 poll.
Please do.
Thank you for the thousands of voters. Not millions, thousands of voters.
That's true. Millimeter of voters.
Millimeters of voters who have already participated. You can too. And then there's that inbox. That old man Doug. Old man Doug. Zone inbox brought to you by Equitable Bank. Take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. I did see that we got a communique from Doug into his own inbox.
He did. Before we go to break and talk Indiana, LSD will text in. He says odometers in millimeters would be cool. That would be sweet.
I'm
Your car
buying-
has how many miles? No. This is in millimeters.
I'm buying that car. You got 2.6 billion millimeters on it.
That's too many millimeters.
It's way too many millimeters.
Oh, man.
All right. As we continue, we're going to be joined by Zach Osterman of the Indianapolis Star.
Noise.
We're going to talk about the defending national champion,
Didn't think I'd ever say those words.
the Indiana Hoosiers, the team that will definitely not beat Nebraska by 30 points.
Definitely
And
not.
we're going to find out why next. Glad to have you with us. Thursday edition of the Grum on 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
The 39 here on 3rd and 10. Slant, a run, and there he goes. Elijah Surratt, touchdown Indiana. Mendoza, in trouble, it's out. Good Lord. Steps up, delivers downfield, intercepted! Jamari Sharp makes the pick that will clinch Indiana's first national championship. A century of utility is forgotten. The Indiana Hoosiers are the kings of college football.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
It certainly is. And we welcome in on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, man who's been covering the Hoosiers for the Indianapolis Star, Zach Osterman. Zach, good afternoon. We appreciate the time.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Well, the news was very good for Indiana this week.
Was it
the
ever?
Return of Stephen Daly. Does this return fill one of the most important areas that maybe folks had the biggest question about regarding the 2026 Hoosiers?
To be honest, I probably would have already rated that defensive line Indiana's strongest position group.
Okay.
Just sort of top to bottom. I mean, and that's admittedly, banking on some transfers at the edges, but, you look at what Indiana had in the interior, an All-American returning in Tyreek Tucker. I think a player who is going to be, I suspect people are going to see him at an all Big Ten level at least this year in Mario Landino. And so that already felt, frankly, like a position that Indiana was really going to be able to lean on. And obviously that kind of only gets deeper with Daly. Now, obviously, we have to kind of see how long it takes him to get to full fitness. Of course, he had been, Kurt Cignetti said that he'd been training for next year's NFL draft. So it's not like he just walked away from football, but we're also not, ultimately talking about a player that had been through, the winter conditioning and had been through spring practice and all that. And then, of course, also he is coming back from a pretty major knee injury. But, I mean, frankly, it just, it provided Daly can at some point this season, get back to sort of what we saw, or anything even frankly approximating what we saw a year ago, that room only gets deeper for Indiana, frankly.
Zach, was this on the radar at all? As we've been talking over the course of this offseason about the potential for this to happen, you're just trying to figure out, okay, how many teams even have any spots? Is there technically a portal that's even available? And then who out there would be good enough? I'd be kind of stunned if over the next few weeks we saw any player go to another school that will be as impactful as I think Daly can be for the Hoosiers in 26.
No, I mean, to your first question, it wasn't necessarily, obviously, we didn't know, kind of how things were going to shake out with the, with the potential challenges to not, I don't know how you put this, not grandfathering in these players, essentially. But I think, from Indiana's perspective, and this hardly makes Kurt Cignetti unique, they don't always carry a full complement of scholarships. So it wasn't surprising that they had space, I guess is my point. It was more that, nobody sort of had eyes on, let's go get Stephen Daly back. I wouldn't be stunned if Indiana has at least explored the possibility of maybe, one or two others. I think a lot of fans have pointed to Kellen Wyatt, who was, it's not ironically, but was the player that Daly sort of replaced, basically when Wyatt went down with an ACL tear back in, God, what was that? Was that the Oregon game? Maybe the UCLA game? It all kind of runs together.
Yeah.
But Wyatt, he's a Maryland transfer, was just kind of coming onto the scene, and Daly essentially replaced him. And then Daly gets hurt, and the carousel spins on. But obviously, we're still maybe figuring out how permanent this is, and there's that College Sports Act and how all this overlaps. Your head starts to spin. But from Indiana's perspective, they were certainly happy to have Stephen Daly back.
Zach Osterman of the Indianapolis Stars. We're talking Indiana in 25 teams and 25 grums. 3 straight seasons, 3 straight transfer quarterbacks. When you look at Josh Hoover and what he brings, what is the biggest thing he brings that's going to keep the Indiana train rolling?
I mean, as much as anything else, it's really 5 straight transfer quarterbacks for Kurt Signetti and his staff.
True.
Because if you go back to their time at James Madison, Todd Centeio was player of the year for them in the Sun Belt. Then Jordan McLeod was player of the year in the Sun Belt. Curtis Rourke was second team All Big Ten. And then, of course, Fernando Mendoza last year. And what's interesting about Hoover, and I'm not sitting here and saying he's going to have a better season than Fernando Mendoza or anything like that, but what's interesting about Hoover as much as anything else is he's more credentialed now than any of the quarterbacks that Kurt Signetti has taken in the past, in terms of high major experience and, what kind of he had high major. You can tell I'm still, there's still a part of me that thinks about basketball, forgive me, but in terms of Power 4 experience, in terms of, big time conference opponents and things like that, back-to-back 8-win seasons with TCU. I think he won their bowl game 2 years ago. Obviously didn't play in their bowl game last year, but it's not like there aren't questions about Hoover. He's not as tall, for example, as Mendoza or Rourke. He did have some, I think pretty well documented turnover issues at TCU. Sometimes that's the quarterback. Sometimes that's the situation. Sometimes it's a bit of both. But, from Indiana's perspective, from Kurt Signetti's perspective, this is as proven of a quarterback as they've taken across, this whole period of sort of transfers and what you need and how you adapt those players into your offense and, what they needed maybe at James Madison versus what they needed at IU. So you kind of give Kurt Signetti and his staff just the benefit of the doubt at this point in these situations. And then the turnabout of that too is you also look at Josh Hoover and say they've never had somebody that had this much Power 4 experience walking into their offense. And I think that's intriguing as well.
Zach, it's interesting last year as the season unfolded. I think that there was like this reaction. I think I'd put myself in this camp where it was like, man, this Charlie Becker guy, he's pretty intriguing. And then like starting with the Maryland game onward, he wasn't just like a player that only people who are watching the Hoosiers each and every week are noticing. Casual fans are starting to notice it as well. Maryland game on, he had almost 30 catches. He had almost 600 yards. He had some massive plays in the postseason. How good can he be this season? Or I guess how good does he need to be inside of that passing offense this season?
I mean, I'm not a draft person. I don't claim to be. But I really would not be surprised if he's at least a borderline. If he stays healthy, if he has the kind of year that he expects of himself, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a borderline first-round talent. He's got the explosiveness. He can stretch defenses downfield. His catch radius is great. It sounds simplistic, but for a receiver, it's incredibly important. When you're up near him, I interviewed him back in the spring, and he was going around shaking our hands, and you're just like, man, he's got enormous hands. Like the idea of catching a football probably just isn't that hard to him, frankly, because of his athletic ability, because of his ability to kind of control his body, and then the fact that you or me just can't kind of wrap our fingers around the football as far as he can. So, he was. You mentioned last season. He really was. We knew the staff liked him because they burned his red shirt, even though they basically only played him on special teams almost exclusively in 24, and he was really good there. But you normally would see a guy, maybe even if you say, well, he's going to help us almost solely on special teams. You say, well, maybe we don't burn his red shirt for that. Staff knew he didn't need to do that, so he knew he was kind of the kind of player that was kind of going to come on. But he only had something. I was talking to somebody about this earlier today. He only had something like 52 touches offensively or snaps offensively through Indiana's first, I think, 7 games because Indiana just didn't rotate its receivers that much. They had that top 3 of Surratt, Williams, and Cooper, and then Becker and Jonathan Brady would get sort of snaps here and there behind them. But then when Elijah Surratt gets hurt in the Maryland game, Charlie Becker gets a ton of snaps. Doesn't do much in that game statistically because Indiana just ran the ball all over Maryland. But of course, starting with that Penn State game was just, Kurt Signetti has repeated this stat a number of times. I think either 5 of Indiana's last 6 or 6 of Indiana's last 7 games, including the playoff last year, Becker was their leading receiver and had big catches in so many of them. The Penn State game on that final drive, obviously the Ohio State game, a couple of really big catches in that game, a touchdown catch against Alabama, a touchdown catch against Oregon. And then if you go back and watch it, a couple of critical 4th down catches in the drive that ends with Fernando Mendoza's touchdown against Miami. And that's why I think if you're Indiana, you feel really good about Nick Marsh, who is outstanding under difficult circumstances at Michigan State. I know the staff is excited to have Tyler Morris back. He was a Michigan transfer they thought would start in the slot for them last year before he suffered a knee injury. There's some young guys coming up, but when you look at that wide receiver room, the reason Indiana feels so good about it starts with Charlie Becker.
Zach Osterman from the Indianapolis Star joining us. The biggest question you have about this year's team would be what?
I mean, if you're talking about positionally, the obvious one is tight end, where Indiana's only really ever had fourth, fifth, sixth year guys. And, this year I think the most experience any one of those players has is Brock Schott, the Miami transfer, who might well be their number one by the end of fall camp, had 2 catches in one game for Miami last season. I mean, it has gone from one end of the experience spectrum all the way to the other. And that's a position that's been important for Indiana. It's been important in the pass game with Riley Nowakowski. It's been important in the run game and the screen game. When the stuff Indiana tries to do at the perimeter, the ability to block those things up, that's always been Zach Horton, Riley Nowakowski, James Bamba, those guys were Golden State. Those guys were incredibly important. And so Indiana made kind of a conscious choice. They didn't seem to pursue any veterans in the portal at tight end. They made a conscious choice to stay young at that position. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with those tools. I think intangibly, there is just the question of how you handle it when, you're the one wearing the glass slippers now. You're not Cinderella, just a feel-good story. Everybody's kind of gunning for you or the princess of the ball. Everybody's going to be sort of staring at you, expecting of you. We've already seen Indiana. I think they were picked to finish third in the Big Ten. They weren't picked in the top 5 in the coaches poll. I'm sure they'll use that stuff as fuel. But there is just, now a more expectation, more pressure. You only get to kind of have the magical season once. After that, it starts to be, how do you follow it up? How do you manage it when you're the biggest game on almost everybody else's schedule? That kind of thing. How Indiana handles that is just one of those questions that I don't think we can answer until we see them on the field.
Is that kind of along those lines? We had a comment in our YouTube chat from one of our listeners, Matthew, and he says, imagine what it's been like to be an Indiana football beat writer for the last handful of years. You go from reporting on nothing to national champions in just a couple of seasons. Has to be wild. And I wanted to kind of use that as an entry point into talking about the Ohio State game, because you've been covering this program for a while. I think the Indiana fans have long made jokes about how that was the game that they would use for the calendars or whatever, right? When the Buckeyes come into town, because the visiting fans are going to be wearing red. And so you could snap a photo from a blimp. You could put it on a calendar. Hey, look, It's filled with red. It's easily going to be the biggest game in Memorial Stadium in program history. Using that as an entry point into how it's been for you and your brethren in the media. This has been such a cool story from outside. What has it been like for you inside?
No, it's been fascinating, just to kind of watch it unfold. And I told people all this, all of last year. And I don't know how much people believed me until they saw it in the postseason, the extent to which this fan base had sort of coded itself for football. Not that they don't care about basketball anymore, but football is front and center here. And in a way that obviously, because of what's been achieved, I don't think is going anywhere anytime soon in terms of the expectation, in terms of the amount of money they have, to spend on the program and all those different things. This is kind of a football school until otherwise noted. And, what's interesting about that Ohio State game in particular is obviously Indiana has accomplished far greater things at this point than beating Ohio State at home. But the one thing Indiana kind of doesn't have, from everything else Indiana has accomplished over the last 2 years, is kind of that signature dramatic win at home. They beat Michigan 20-15 a couple of years ago. That was dramatic because it was close at the end, but that was really kind of a grinder of a game. Their offense sort of hit the skids after it went up a couple touchdowns, and they had to just sort of just sort of tough that game out. Obviously, they had the Illinois game last season, which the atmosphere in the stadium that day was delirious. But then eventually everyone left because it just sort of felt like it had almost kind of gotten untoward to keep cheering against Illinois when they were down, 49-10, 56-10, 63-10. That Ohio State win, the idea of doing this in your own stadium, they've done it in front of their own fans, the Rose Bowl, the Peach Bowl, in Miami, et cetera. But that's kind of like the one thing that this sort of Curt Cignetti project, Curt Cignetti era, whatever term you want to use, doesn't have yet is that signature moment at home where Indiana gets gets that kind of win, essentially. And it'll be, I mean, obviously it's going to be a crazy atmosphere, but it'll be fascinating to just sort of see where that game lands for Indiana and the importance of the season. Because I look at this team and it's only a couple of days of fall camp, but you talk to people around the program, you know what's back, et cetera. I don't know that at very least another Big Ten championship game appearance is an unreasonable expectation for this group.
From the how dare you department, why didn't you mention the Nebraska game, 56-7? Zach Osterman, Indianapolis Star. Zach, we do appreciate it. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
You bet.
Thank you, Zach.
Zach Osterman joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Well, we know that the first 5 games are going to be a cakewalk because we know that old Kurt, he doesn't like to schedule anybody.
It's a really weird schedule in that, okay, so, the Big Ten 9 conference games. We all know this.
Mm-hmm.
That means, depending on the year, you're going to have 5 home games. Mm-hmm. You're going to have 4 home games. This is one of the years where Indiana gets 5. But how about the way it's broken up, John? You mentioned the first 5. That includes their first road game, which is October 3rd. So they don't travel at all in the month of September. They go to Piscataway for that game. In the month of October, they are on the road 3 out of 4 weeks to start. At Rutgers, at Nebraska, the aforementioned Ohio State game, then at Michigan. Then after that, they only have 1 road game the rest of the year. They have Minnesota on Halloween. They're off. Then they have USC. They're at Washington, and they have Purdue at home. So, it really comes down in terms of them being a playoff team again, or really being in the mix for a top 4 seed and getting that bye. I think it's that stretch. I mean, I guess if you want to throw Nebraska in there, that's fine with me. But certainly Nebraska, Ohio State, Michigan. I think that is home road home or road home road against a couple blue bloods in there, and then the USC game on the back end. What kind of program can USC be? I think it's certainly a playoff team. The question is, can Josh Hoover cut down on the turnovers? And now to go to what Zach said, they are the hunted. They are not the belle of the ball anymore. They're not a surprise anymore. No. And it's like at a certain point last year, they weren't that either, but I still think there was a kind of catching up that people did of wait, how good are they really? And I don't think people fully realized it until they whooped up on Bama. And by that point in time, they're already in the semifinals. And so they're not going to have that going for them this year. But it, man, you see a team win a championship. And does anybody rest on their laurels? The good thing for the Hoosiers and Cignetti, it's a lot of new pieces. I think ultimately it's going to come down to how good Hoover is. And is he able to play at Fernando Mendoza not only was good, but that dude was a gamer. That 4th down run, of course, was very famous, but he delivered throw after throw after throw last year in big moments where he'd have an interception or a turnover, and he would always respond. Can Hoover do the same when he turns the ball over in 26?
Mendoza, people forget, had kind of an interception issue when he was at Cal. And so what they're hoping for is that, and that's a great point by Zach, that this is actually the 5th straight year that a Cignetti staff has worked in a transfer quarterback. So it's a group that's very used to this. So the whole idea of, continuity and teaching the system and all of that, no problem. They've done this now and they've got a good long track record. The thing about Indiana, and I think you go back to it, it's the psychology of now being the hunted. And it is tough. That is a tough thing. Defending a title, I think, can be more difficult than winning the first one, especially for a school like Indiana, who still had people off balance and wondering, are they really legit? Now they are catching nobody by surprise. Nope. Now they're going to get everyone's best shot, and nobody's going to overlook them. Now, instead of Nebraska going to Indiana and Indiana looking for blood because, oh, man, we can get a pelt on the wall, it's the other way around. And
that's pretty wild.
And that is a different mindset change. I'm not saying that Cignetti can't do it, and I'm not saying that Indiana's not in this for the long haul, but it would not shock me if Indiana does not make the playoff this year.
Yeah.
Because that is a hard thing to do. And the back half of the schedule, really starting with Nebraska. And you know what? If we're going to say that, Rutgers could be a struggle, they go to Rutgers. So that first game at Rutgers before Nebraska, it's kind of an interesting sandwich in there. You go at Rutgers, at Nebraska, Ohio State. And if these two teams are destined to be 1-2, could Nebraska catch Indiana looking ahead a little bit? Say what you want about Cignetti and all that. They're still humans, and humans do have a tendency to look past a few things if they think they've already got one in the bag.
And you know what? Along those lines, that might be the most impressive part about this program so far under Cignetti. They have beaten teams in his very short amount of time. Here are Big Ten margins of victory. Let's see, 29, 14, 17, 49. That's a Nebraska game. 14, 37. Their first one-score game in year one was not until November 9th. That was against Michigan. They won that game by 5.
And honestly, that was they got a nice schedule that year.
For sure. And
a
then
nice Big Ten schedule.
And so then last year, Illinois comes into town. That's a top 10 matchup. They beat them by 53. They beat Iowa by 5. They beat Oregon by 10. They beat Michigan State by 25. All that to say, like, they rarely have close games. Last year in the regular season, they had 2 one-possession games. The Iowa game on the road and the Penn State game. Like, the thing I think I'm most impressed that Indiana just won a national championship. So, like, that's the obvious. Aside from that, the thing that I am blown away by is that they never let up. That they always do this. And so if Nebraska is going to keep it close, or if Rutgers or anybody, you have to play at such a high capacity for 60 minutes. Otherwise, they're going to beat you 31-7, like they're barely even trying. And so, like, they're impressive. I think that they are a playoff team for sure. I will have them when we do our picks at the end of the month. I will have them in my 12-team playoff field. I do not think that they will win another national championship, but I mean, it's hard to bet against Cignetti at this point in time. What he has done is the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my life watching the sport. I've been watching for 30-something years now.
Or maybe Indiana still is being disrespected. Purdue today announced their new athletic director, Tommy McClellan.
Yeah, what did he say?
What did he say?
Yeah, what did he say?
We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana.
Does he realize Indiana just won the national championship?
No.
Does he realize
that he was trying? He was trying to make that, because
Jerry Jones gets up. We're here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Philadelphia. What are you doing, you idiot? What are you doing?
I mean, even Jerry's not that dumb. But it's the whole idea of trying to ingratiate yourself. And we all know Purdue and Indiana, they're the rivals.
Sure.
They play for one of them
Old Oak and Bucket.
Them stupid Big Ten trophies. And that line would have worked in any other year.
2 years ago, it would have worked great.
It would have worked last year.
I guess that's true. They hadn't won one yet. Moron.
Not this year.
No.
When we come back, we need to tell you about what we can expect from a transfer up.
Okay.
Jed did some work for us in the lab, and we're going to talk about that next on 1620 The Zone.
You know, McMaster, he was just walking out the door.
Yeah.
And that's a great reminder that 1620, the scramble.
Oh, I was going to say that 1620 The Zone is in search for a new midday co-host.
That too. Apply today at 1620thezone.com. But no, Matt put together a great tournament, and we will be
It'll
there.
It'll be nice to send him off, with the one good idea he had for us.
I can't wait to see what Kevin does that day. Will he show up? I'll probably be doing a Texans game, so he'll be busy. But if
Kevin will actually be doing the honorary starter because that's what old people do.
Oh, yeah.
Like at the Masters.
Aren't you older than him, though? Aren't you older than Kevin?
Listen, people that go into Hall of Fames, they're old.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
I guess that's true.
But he's going to be doing the ceremonial tee shot into McMaster.
Now that is an idea. They threw eggs at me. Let's hit a golf ball at Matt. But it's Friday, the 21st of August. That is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Shotgun start at 8:30 a.m. at Miracle Hill. Plus, the Grum will be at the Phoenix, which is just down the road, 120th and Blondo. Afterwards for the after party, food, drinks, and a whole lot of fun. Register today at 1620thezone.com. Sponsored by Cutwater and T-Box.
Hey, don't forget about that $10,000 par 3 challenge.
Hello.
Get a hole in one on a par 3. It's $10,000 for the first person to score it from Langfeld over a door.
That is tight.
That would be awesome if we actually had 2 holes in one, but the first one was already done.
That would be great.
But either way, get your team registered. We've got it set up so that teams can play comfortably without a lot of waiting.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you do need to get registered or, then you miss out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's less than 2 weeks away.
Nice.
It's 15 days away over at Miracle Hill.
Nice.
Singular.
Oh, yeah.
So the senior analyst of the Grum, Jed Burks, doing some research for us and wanted to look at the transfer quarterbacks, the quarterbacks who have made the move up the ladder from the lower levels to the Power 5. And this data is going back 4 seasons, the last 4 seasons, which not surprisingly, there's been a lot more transfer quarterbacks to make the move up the ladder, especially the last 2 seasons.
Oh, yeah.
Versus the previous 2 before that. In fact, just looking at the numbers, there were 4 of these types of quarterbacks in 22 and 23. There were 9 in 24 and 10. Last year, there were 10.
Okay.
Don't have the number. Jet didn't look at the number. He didn't have to because obviously we're not researching. I don't know how many quarterbacks fit into this pool this year. Obviously, Calandria does. He's making the move up. Drew Mestemaker from North Texas to Oklahoma State. He would be another one.
I thought it is not.
No,
it is not here.
It's not because obviously, we wouldn't have any numbers yet. But there will be a few. Obviously, there'll be a few. But the quarterbacks who are making the move up, from that pool, he then drilled down to identify those who played at least 500 snaps and had at least 9 starts in each of the 2 seasons.
Okay.
The season before the transfer and then the season after the transfer. So that you're actually, because that's where Calandria is. He was the starting quarterback last year, made every start. He'll be the starting quarterback this year, presumably will make every start. And so the 14 quarterbacks who fit that mold over the last 4 seasons are some pretty good names. Darian Mensah.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about him a lot.
Saw Devin Dampier last year. Curtis Rourke.
Gronowski, of course.
Gronowski, Diego Pavia, Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur. Did you say Cam Ward? I think you did.
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward.
So these are the quarterbacks that you're looking at.
Yep.
Who played and started at least 9 games, 500 snaps at their previous school, and then the next year making the move up to the Power 4. So with that said, here are some of the numbers. 4 of the 14 from this pool saw an increase in their passing yards year over year. Mensah, Gio Lopez, who transferred to North Carolina from South Alabama, Rourke, and Taylon Green, who was at Boise State and then played at Arkansas. So 4 of the 14 saw their passing yards increase from the lower level to the higher level.
By the way, Matthew says, why isn't Jeff Sims on there? Jeff Sims has only been at power school. So he was, he came from Georgia Tech.
Again, these are quarterbacks that are
G5,
transferring
G6,
up.
or FCS. Like we're talking, that's why Shadur's on this. He was an FCS guy into the power.
Yes.
That's
same
why,
with Gronowski.
Yeah, so we're not just talking about transfers. We're talking about transfers from a certain
These
level.
are transfers like
Calandria,
who are making the move up.
Yeah.
5 of the 14 saw an increase year over year in touchdowns. Mensah, Dampier, Lopez again, Rourke, and Taylor Green.
Mm-hmm.
7 of the 14 saw a decrease in interceptions.
That's interesting.
Only 1 had an increase, and the other 6 had the same number.
That is
so the interceptions.
That's surprising.
The interceptions kind of stayed stable.
And again, because this is at least 500 snaps and at least 9 starts.
Mm-hmm.
That's surprising, in my opinion, that number did not increase. Because you figure worse to better competition, you're going to be put in riskier situations.
Correct.
Thus, you're going to struggle a little bit with that. But not what the data says.
So the final results, on average, this is the average now for all of those 14 players from this pool.
Mm-hmm.
An average of 10% decrease in passing yards, but a 6% increase in completion percentage.
Again, I think that surprises me a little bit.
A 16% decrease in touchdown passes,
mm-hmm.
and a 23% decrease in interceptions.
So it's honestly, it's a little bit of good and a little bit of bad.
Yes, it is.
I really thought that it would be a bit more consistent. I really appreciate the stuff from Jed. I thought, when I saw a decrease in passing yards, it makes sense. Again, competition's better on average, makes sense to me. Yet the completion percentage is going up. Okay, what does that tell us? Is it that they're being a little bit safer? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Decrease in touchdown throw. Okay, that makes sense. But again, an increase in interceptions.
Well,
or
it's a
decrease in
decrease.
interceptions.
It's a decrease
so
in
it's a decrease in touchdowns, but it also an interception. So you're losing touchdowns, but you're also losing INTs.
Exactly.
And I know we got Robin, but projecting Calandria, if the same thing were to happen, you're looking at almost 3,100 passing yards. You're looking at a 71.6% completion percentage and a 19-7 touchdown to INT ratio. Which honestly, John, that is very close to the Adrian Martinez freshman year touchdown to INT ratio, which has been a guy that I've been focusing on a lot this offseason.
So this is some interesting stuff. And again, this is just projecting what the average has been.
Mm-hmm.
As quarterbacks the last 4 years have made the move up. Coming up next, we'll talk with Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. And for those of you who didn't get a chance to look at these numbers, we're going to post them for you here shortly on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Nice.
At USC 1620. This is 1620 The Zone.
Wash it.
Blissful ignorance. I think it could be an advantage here.
Robin Wash it.
Yeah, I'm a ball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be absolutely huge. The hot take.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, wash it's real good.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, wash it's real good.
Don't forget to enter online for a chance to win 1620 The Zone's 5K preseason plunder. You can use the money on anything. Stock up on provisions, redo your man cave, whatever the case may be before football season. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com, sponsored by Ag Consulting Group. You could also use that 5K to get yourself a subscription to Husker Online.
You
so you can read Robin Wash It and all of his unedited comments. See, the free stuff that you get, that's fine, but it's the raw stuff that you get. It's like Eddie Murphy's type.
Robin, are you going to start using curse words in your stories this season?
Start using?
Exactly.
I just gave it away. I don't ever read you.
Yeah, there's a tell right there. It's, unfiltered access with our new promo that we're doing.
Let's go.
You know, we didn't mention this last week, but
what's that?
And I think you were gone last week.
I was gone. I was on vacation.
But Mr. Scadaboo, the great star running back of the
Oh,
Giants.
yeah, Robin. How about that, man?
Doing the little backflip thing while he's rehabbing from an injured knee. What the hell is up with that?
You know, if you want just the wild, like 2 brain cell running back, like these are the side effects of having that. And so, you know, you love it when he does it on the football field, but you know, you got to make sure that you do all you can to stop things like that from happening. And I would hope that was like a 1-strike situation where there won't be a second strike, just because you know, you're already playing with fire with his longevity. We don't need him doing any backflips at WrestleMania.
Yeah, Robin, what are your own personal vibes with the Giants right now? You know, far be it from me. I love it when you guys are failing, just like you love it when my team is failing. So, like, we handshake meme on that. But
Robin's been happy for a long time.
It's sadly, it's been a weird off season. There have been a variety of controversies, and then like the goofy video of Harbaugh recently, where he kept saying a phrase over and over, and nobody seemed to respond. How are you feeling about this season a month out?
You know, I always kind of err on the side of pessimism when it comes to the New York Giants, but I will say you know, when you suck for so long, the side effect is, you know, accumulating a whole bunch of top 10 draft picks. So they have talent, you know, especially if that talent can stay on the field for more than a quarter and a half. Like, you go back to last year, they played literally about a quarter and a half in week 4 against the Chargers, and we're just dismantling LA, and then Neighbors blows his knee out. And so, you know, that was the extent of the Dart Scadaboo Neighbors era, and it looked really good for that short amount of time. So, you know, I think that there's potential, as there should be in a league designed for parity. Like, you shouldn't suck for this long. And so you would think that with a, you know, Super Bowl coach, I think they've got their quarterback, and I think they've got some pieces around them. As long as those pieces can stay on the field in a division that shouldn't be all that great this year, like, why not? Why can't they make a significant step forward? Because there's really no much lower they can go.
So, Robin, on to Nebraska football. A couple of the quotes that have made the rounds this week after the players got a chance to speak. You have offensive swagginess and defensive mad scientist. Which one do you think has the best opportunity to impress us first out of the gates this year?
I would probably lean more towards offense, just in the sense that, you know, Dana's been there, done that in the Big Ten. And, you know, I think he's kind of got a quarterback that, you know, will allow him to do maybe more things that he is used to doing. And you know, we'll be able to kind of open things up a little bit that way. But, you know, I think that the offensive line is, you know, by far the best that he's had, and one of the better ones that Nebraska's had, or at least it should be. And so if that's the case, then, you know, all of a sudden everything looks significantly better as a result. So I think the opportunity for Nebraska's offense to be better than what people think or maybe expect is maybe a little bit higher, just because there's just so many unknowns on the other side of the ball with the massive overhaul that Nebraska did on defense, and Rob Orich kind of getting his feet wet for the first time in Big Ten play. I just don't know enough about him right now, and so I think that offense is a bit more of a known commodity, with Dana's experience here. And then we'll see what that picture looks like now that, they have a different style of quarterback under center.
Robin, you mentioned in the Husker Online chat yesterday that you have seen fall camp confidence fade quickly once things get real in the season many times. I use that as kind of an entry point into what John asked you about, and I wonder how you're approaching this August, given that, these types of things are not new around here. We hear them. How do you kind of cut through that noise and try to find something that's real?
Yeah, there's not a lot in fall camp. I mean, there's position battles and, certain things you would like to hear in terms of generating optimism. But I think everybody that's listening knows full well that talk only gets you so far. And eventually, it's going to become prove it time come the season. So that's kind of where I am with fall camp and, especially, spring ball and summer stuff like that. Like, there's only so much you can take away from it. Like, you can talk about the offense has been killing it. All right, well, what does that mean against the defense? And so, there's kind of a give and take throughout the off season. And it's not until you're actually playing live opponents and the games start mattering for real and there's, real life consequences in terms of your season, on the line, that you can get real tangible takeaways about what a team is all about. So, you can, like I said, you can get tidbits here and there. But, by and large, it kind of is what it is right now. It's still talking season, even if there might be a little bit more meat on the bone just because we're closer to the start of the opener.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Your boss, Sean Callahan, today in his column identified Tyson Terry as an under-the-radar guy. And that was a guy I kind of talked about back in the spring. Kind of curious to see what your thoughts are as far as an under-the-radar guy who you're curious about this month.
Yeah, he's certainly in that conversation. There's been some, and again, so go back to your previous question. Like, that's kind of a storyline that you can take away from, like, a guy you didn't really think all that much about or hear much all about in the spring and summer. Now fall camp, and you start to see some new names kind of rise to the surface a little bit. And I think Tyson Terry fits that bill. For one, he's healthy, and two, I think that this staff has been high on him since he committed out of high school, and that injury was an unfortunate setback for him. But I think that kind of maybe allowed him to ease into things a little bit. So he's in a much more prepared situation than he was a year ago, and I think he's got a ton of potential. I think the coaches see a really high ceiling for him, and the opportunity's there. That defensive line is still, probably the biggest question mark on the team. And so with those questions comes opportunities, and a young guy like Tyson, I think, has every chance to make his mark and establish himself as a fixture in that rotation. And by kind of the early reports thus far, it seems like he's, off and running and doing that.
All right, Robin, we have avoided the biggest news of the week, and that is the potential for extra players to get added to teams. And I wanted to ask a basketball question. I hope that's okay.
Whoa.
Hope that's okay with our audience.
Are you feeling okay over there?
Okay. No flu over here. My temperature is fine. I'm okay. But in all seriousness, Robin, the immediate thought I think that everybody around here had to the ruling last week was, Jamarcus Lawrence going to return to the roster for sure. This is going to be perfect. And yet it does. I don't know, the tea leaves that I'm reading right now say that this is not going to happen. Are the tea leaves correct? And if so, why does that seem to be the case?
Well, I mean, it's kind of the case throughout has been the longer the wait is, I think the less likely it becomes, just because of the timing of it all. Jamarcus is on the surface and on paper is a no-brainer ad with his experience, his knowledge of the system, his understanding of the culture Nebraska wants and how he fits everything that Fred wants his program to be about. That's again, makes it kind of if it becomes available, you do it in a heartbeat. But the fact that they're still waiting, one, there's the injunction in Colorado, but now the NCAA continues to fight it tooth and nail, and they're trying to jam home this Protect College Sports Act that, if that passes, I think makes the injunction obsolete, and they go back to the initial ruling where fifth-year players like Jamarcus are no longer eligible. So that is part of the holdup that, we're still waiting to see what happens minute to minute, hour to hour with this whole deal. And because of that, I think it makes it, a more dicey of a situation to add a player of Jamarcus's profile to the mix. We're talking about, in August, and who knows how much longer this goes. The longer you wait, the more you risk of kind of disrupting everything that, had gone on this summer, where you have guys that are working, every single day, practicing together, trying to build on court chemistry. And all of a sudden you throw a guy that's going to compete for a starting job or significant minutes off the bench. That's going to bump people down. And so not only does it make an already complicated discussion of figuring out your rotation that much more difficult, you also risk the potential for some, locker room disruption, where maybe some of these newcomers that committed to Nebraska that, were under the impression that the minutes Jamarcus left when he, presumably exhausted his eligibility, are now no longer there, or at least not nearly as plentiful as they thought. Then just what is that? How did guys respond? You'd think that the type of person that Fred has been recruiting would lean itself to those guys handling it the right way, but you never know. And the big reason why Nebraska season was what it was a year ago was because of the total team buy-in and role acceptance of that group. That last year doesn't happen without that part of it. And so, do you want to risk, throwing a wrench in that this year, by bringing in a guy that, his presence is going to have a ripple effect on a lot of other people on that team. So it's a very layered discussion where,
For sure,
on paper, it's a no-brainer. You take him, but I think it's more than just like a video game, adding a roster to your team or adding a player to your roster, just because there's just a lot of human element involved that we just don't know what the reaction would be.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. Robin, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good, guys. See you later.
Bye, Robin.
Robin Washut, who joins us every Thursday on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
It makes a lot of good points there with Lawrence. I think that, I know my immediate reaction was, so he'll probably be on the roster again next year. But first of all, I think that there does seem to be this kind of concern, and probably founded concern, that are we sure that this is actually going to go through? And so you have to worry about that. You don't want to get in trouble in that regard. You don't want to then make the plan, okay, let's bring him back, and then suddenly you're told, never mind, just kidding, you can't have him. But disrupting that chemistry, and disrupting the plans that you had. You were going through the process in the offseason. We want to bring in this player. We want to bring in these players. We think that they're going to fit in this way, in this way, in this way with our current pieces. Well, then you would add in another player. I'm sure that they would be able to figure it out, but the minutes are probably being planned already. How much guys are going to shoot, all of those types of things. And so maybe it just doesn't seem like the right time anymore.
How much of this, too, is just where you are mentally as a person?
Mm-hmm.
We all loved our college days, but we didn't want to stay there our entire lives.
Well, it does seem like he wanted to be back. It does seem like, at least on his end, he wanted to return.
But he also knew that when it was over, it was over, because in the moment it was, well, this is never going to happen.
Yeah.
And so you start to mentally prepare yourself for the rest of your life or whatever else it is.
Sure.
And then to quickly try to pick that up. And then this constant push and pull of, well, maybe it'll happen. Well, maybe it won't. Well, maybe. And you go through that long enough and it's just like, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Because at some point, whether it was going to be this year or next year, I have to move on. And so there are times, just as people, we're ready to move on.
Pesky Blue says, would I want Dix back? Sure, but not if it comes at the expense of playing time for KT or Enos. They're the future.
And that's the other thing. I mean, teams are now practicing a lot more together in the summer than ever before.
Bingo.
And so they're already building the new chemistry and the new dynamic of what the team's going to be, what the rotations are going to be. And then all of a sudden you throw a guy in there that, sure, has familiarity, but I don't know. It's almost like a situation where, you have a goodbye party for somebody and you're going to miss them. You really are. And they're gone for a few weeks. And then all of a sudden they're back. And it's just like, well, I thought we moved
Like Carl
on.
Ravitch.
Well, that's a whole different ball game. But either
yeah,
way.
no, it's a good comparison. It's a very good comparison.
All right, coming up next, we got questions. Like, which side of the ball has the most questions? And does this team have more pressure on it than other Rule teams?
Ooh.
We'll have that. And still to come, Mitch Holtis, training camp report today. It's Emmett Johnson Thursday.
Let's go.
We're going to get an exclusive update on the status of Emmett Johnson, how he's doing so far at training camp, and what his status could be moving forward. And another reminder that 1620, the golf tournament, is happening in 2 weeks, 2 weeks from tomorrow, August 21st at Miracle Hill, 8:30 a.m. shotgun start. We're going to feed you. We're going to have tee prizes. We're going to have whole prizes. We're going to have a $10,000 par 3 hole-in-one challenge, probably sponsored by Langfeld Overhead Door. Plus, you get VIP access to the after party, which includes more free food and drink. It's all included with your entry fee. So get your teams in right now for 2 weeks from tomorrow at Miracle Hill for 1620, the golf tournament, brought to you by Cutwater and T-Box. And the easiest place to go register is the only place to go register. 1620thezone.com.
Real quick, before we get into the topic du jour, so you made that comparison about this person who leaves and then they come back. Multiple people made the same joke within seconds of each other. It's like a Neil retirement party. Also, John writes, it's like the Schick and Nick show ending. Yeah, they had like 8 goodbyes when they left the zone back in 2012. So good job by our listeners.
They always find a way.
Good job by our listeners.
You asked a question of Steve Sipple earlier this week when he joins us every Thursday. Which side of the football has the most questions?
Yeah, because he wrote this week, he said the Husker defense has far more obvious question marks than the offense. And I honestly want to talk this out with you because I'm not sure that I agree. He made a case as to why he believes that. And I think for the most part, it comes down to this. He really believes in the offensive line and he really believes in the wide receivers. And so what other questions you have about quarterback or running back are so offset by the offensive line and by the wide receivers that it almost doesn't really matter elsewhere. Now you're making a face, and that's kind of what I did too. I was like, man, but like, are we sure? Are we sure?
But and I'm not saying you necessarily have big questions, but yeah, offensive line, very important. Receivers, very important. But under this head coach, they want to be able to run the football.
Yeah.
And you are losing one of the top running backs you had in the country last year. And
All-American.
The wins above replacement, if you will, is a steep drop based on the experience level coming back. And so that is a huge question. Huge. With Calandria, it's a big question. Because he's making the step back up.
We just talked about that earlier.
He has had a turnover issue in the past. This has been a program that has struggled when quarterbacks turn the ball over a lot. And you also don't know how the marriage is going to work all together. Now, just because you have a question doesn't mean it can't be answered in the affirmative, but it still is a question.
Meanwhile, so then you look at the other side of the ball, and certainly the biggest question would, I think, and I'm guessing you're agreeing with me, it would start and end with the defensive line, and are they able to figure out the run-stopping component? Because especially at the end of the season, that was the biggest net negative, even more so than, some of the performances that we saw from like TJ Lateef. Like the run defense was so bad, and it kept Nebraska out of games so quickly, or it took them out of games so quickly that really just changed everything. There are questions in the other spots for sure. There are questions at linebacker with some new pieces and some returning guys and what the depth chart ultimately looks like. I think that there is a general belief in the defensive backs, though, even with not a lot, but there's going to be new starters there. You're going to have another new cornerback on the opposite side of Andrew Marshall at the very least, right? Talking about the safeties and, again, returning players. Like, these are names. Sometimes I just pull up the roster. It's a nice reminder to look at the names, and it's like, man, in the defensive back room, Andrew Marshall, Jameer Khan, Jeremiah Charles, Mario Buford, Bly Hill, Donovan Jones, Caleb Benning, like Rex Guthrie. These are names that we have said a lot over the last few years. I think the defense has a lot more of those, like kind of the names that the general fan knows. See, now I'm talking myself out, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe it is the defense that has more of the questions right now.
Well, for those who want to say that, if you want to argue, well, but I trust the offensive line because they have so much experience. Don't forget that you've got 2 very important pieces who have a lot of experience with Orich.
Definitely. Yeah.
You have 2 of them in the secondary, because remember, Marshall played with Orich a couple of years ago.
At Idaho, yeah.
And you got McDougal back there.
And then obviously Chambliss is the other player you're talking about.
Is the other player that you wonder about. And
That's a great point.
So you look at that and you say, okay, well, these guys got some experience with this. I think, honestly,
6 of one, 1/2 dozen of the other.
The answer is kind of equal. I think I could come up with as many valid questions about the offense as I can about the defense. And again, I guess the next level of this is which questions are you most confident will be answered in a positive direction, right?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the next step up, right? You have all these questions. All right.
Because then that helps tell the story.
You really can say, well, yeah, the offensive line does have a lot of starts and snaps behind it. but this is the first time they've ever played all together.
Yeah.
And this is the first time they've played all together with this offensive line coach.
I could not agree with you more.
And haven't we talked up offensive lines in the past and been proven to be idiots?
Very much so. We have done that too many times.
So I think sometimes we jump the gun a little bit by just as, they have to be good. Look at all the experience.
Paymon says Josh famously loves returning snaps and stats. Yeah, what do I always say? Not all returning production is created equal.
Precisely.
I've been thinking about that more and more, especially with the offensive line. Like on one hand, I love that there's all this experience. On the other hand, wow, you're talking about 3 new guys coming in, being asked very important roles. And, I know that we've been talking a lot about the PFF grades that have been popping up because in particular, Justin Evans is been, listed as the highest rated returning center in all of college football. Go look at Tree's numbers from last year. You're not going to be feeling really good about it once you see those numbers.
Sure.
And so that's going to be a problem. I want to take your question, not to make it negative, but just looking at it from the other end. What is the biggest question? I think that also helps tell this story too. What is the biggest question on the whole team for you in terms of a position group? Is it the running game and the defensive line in particular?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the offensive line? I guess even though we view that as a positive, is it the quarterback? Is it the running back room? Like what is question number one? Because I also think that helps tell the story or helps you get to an answer. Brian says defensive line. I think it's hard to argue that it's not defensive line. The only, I guess, pushback that I would try to offer is this.
You got a lot of guys who are long in the tooth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think that the pushback that I would offer is like the quarterback is such an important role.
Yes.
And so if you do have any questions with the quarterback, like I think that it just weighs on me more,
You willingly walked away from a 5-star.
Yeah.
And brought in a transfer who, by the way,
wasn't your number one pick.
Was not your number one pick.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. They wanted Kenny Minchie.
They wanted Minchie.
Yeah, they wanted Kenny Minchie.
And thought they had him and were ready to move forward. And they did for about 24 hours.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they had to pivot. And sure, that happens in a lot of places. So Nebraska's not alone in that. But that is still a pretty big question. I in the spirit of your original inquiry, I am going to say that defense has more questions. Mainly because they are changing schemes and they are changing coordinators. At least on the offensive side, it's the same dude. And the play calling, you kind of know what you're going to have. They may be more dynamic, but there's a little more stability over there. Not as much so on the defensive side because you are changing schemes.
It's a very fair argument.
So because of that, I will lean defense. But I think the true answer is there are a lot of questions on both sides.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
The other thing that I would say, you mentioned, changing schemes, and we talked about Calandra. He wasn't their first pick. Corey Brown was not their first pick as a defensive line coach either.
No, that's true.
That's pretty interesting as well. By the way, you mentioned Nebraska a couple minutes ago. You said Nebraska willingly moved on from Dylan Raiola. Prismat said, what do you mean willingly? I mean, that was both sides were ready, I think, for that relationship to end.
Right.
It wasn't just Dylan left. I think that the program was happy to move on. I think both sides were pretty happy to move on.
I don't think it may have been one of those situations, where if you don't stop me, I'm going to leave. And then Nebraska's back in there going, no, please stop.
Yeah. Jeff says we all need to remember Calandra was not the first choice when the season goes the way it goes. Like we said, we just talked about it. He was not their first choice, and that doesn't always have to be a negative thing. But it's
of course not. Sometimes
in my mind.
Sometimes the first choice doesn't have to be the winning choice.
Yeah. I think you're probably right. Changing scheme, changing defensive line coach. It was a huge problem for them last year. You look at the opponents that Nebraska is going to play this year. You look at the way that they're going to try to run the ball. And that's the really crappy part about the start of the schedule. I mean, I guess we could learn some stuff about how good their run defense is in the negative. I just don't think we're going to learn a whole lot about them in the positive early on. And so, I guess we'll see what happens, by the time you get to late September, early October, when the Big Ten schedule starts unfolding. It's not as easy of a question because, again, I read that from Simple and I was like, wow, really? But then you talk it out and it's like, wow, okay, maybe that is actually the answer. But as you said, there are questions on both sides of the ball for sure.
Coming up, Mitch Holtis will join us. It's Emmett Johnson Thursday. We're going to find out what's the latest with EJ in Chiefs training camp.
402 text in. Another both sides argument. This is how we backslide into socialism. Both sides equally as questioned. Both sides we're having, and not to mention special teams. Don't forget about Eckler. Remember, John, he's gone now. He could be coaching on the defensive side of the ball. They'd be
great.
They'd be fixed.
Then it would definitely be the most questions are on defense because it's like, hey, there's this one guy who runs through the place like a Tasmanian devil, just spazzing out all the time. How are we going to work him into the coaches' meetings?
They'd figure it out.
And then Orich would be like, yeah, I know. He's a real idiot.
No, they'd figure it out. They'd do great. They could be best friends.
And then he walks in and he's like, hey, don't worry. Special teams are fine. We're on cruise control. That's what I'm going to call him from now on.
Cruise control?
He's cruise control.
You're not going to call him Spaz anymore?
Well, he's still a spaz. He's always going to be a spaz.
Okay. Cruise control is a fun nickname.
Cruise control.
Okay, real quick before we go to a break and talk to Mitch. What happened to the Cubs? You beat the Dodgers, and now you played the other team from the World Series last year who's not as good, and you're losing to them.
Well, Josh, there's an old saying.
What's that? Only as good as your next day starting pitcher?
Exactly.
Who's your starting pitcher today?
It was the idiot who decided to throw 3 times over with a runner on at third base.
Oh, my gosh!
Did it go in the basket? Did it go in the basket? Oh, my God, Alex Bregman just tied the game.
Wow, I really timed that
with the
terribly.
wind blowing in. He just dumped it in the basket. Take that.
That was hilarious. Wow, that was faster. That was me being wrong faster than the Tristan Gebbia Oregon State thing.
I mean, literally, it's 368 feet down the line, and that's how far the home run went.
Wow.
It went into the basket, and the Cubs tie it with
Congrats
2
to the
strikes, 2
Cubs.
out in the 9th. Now,
Congrats
it doesn't mean they've won, but
congrats. You got it.
that is funny.
You're going to be just fine.
Because they literally just had the graphic where they showed all the wind blowing in and how many feet it takes off of the fly ball. Now, the one place it wasn't affected as much is right down the line where he hit it. But
how far did he hit it?
368 feet.
David says, how many millimeters? Yeah.
Oh, how many millimeters did Alex Bregman hit the ball?
All right. He
hit
it
many millimeters.
112,166 millimeters. Man, that is a long shot. That is a long shot.
Very long.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, incredible timing.
That is incredible.
I was just trying to pad the segment a little bit.
I was just trying to say there's an old saying. It's called "That's baseball."
And then they hit home run. Oh.
So now we go to extra innings and we get the Manfred Man runner.
Nice. And now we get to talk to Mitch Holtis
And
about
now we
Emmett Johnson.
Now we get to talk to Mitch. That's right. Emmett Johnson Thursdays.
Let's do it.
And also, still to come, we have I Don't Care.
Oh.
And in the happy hour today, we're going to look at the college football supervillain list and my list of Husker football supervillains.
I cannot wait for this.
All-time Husker supervillains.
I cannot wait for this. I'm so excited.
So we'll do that and a lot more here on 1620, The Home Run.
Okay, let me ask you, how much did your time in Nebraska prepare you for this?
A lot, man. I feel like just the way Coach Rule and how he had us coming in, early to the facility, showing up, being a pro, showing up to meetings on time, showing up to meetings with a notebook and a pen. I feel like everything transitioned well to the next level because, at this level, everybody's fighting for a job and they don't have time for, little kids. You got to grow up. It's grown men playing this game of football. So I feel like he just did a good job of preparing me, off the field, but also on the field. And then, he's been in the NFL too at Carolina, so he has some experience with that.
Yeah. And final question, just the way you grew there from when you walked in, and then the comparisons to Amir Abdullah. You and I have talked about that. What about being comped to Amir?
Yeah, man, Amir, like I said, when I was in college, he was like a big brother to me. He kind of showed me the way. Obviously, playing 11, 12 years now in the NFL, so that just shows, the type of person he is. He's always willing to give back, and I've already learned so much about the next level, and I'm just really excited to kind of just go prove to myself what I know.
Thank you, sir.
Emmett Johnson Thursday. He sounds so much older and mature now.
Yep. It's known as EJT to you guys.
Love it.
We're going to have T-shirts at Hy-Vee. There's actually a lot in there with him in the fact that I think he's more prepared for the NFL than a lot of college running backs. They're kind of an NFL scheme a little bit, and then the Amir Abdullah thing is real. He has such high respect for Abdullah, but Emmett, I think, has been prepared mentally and emotionally for what's going on here. He surprised me with his maturity. Not that it's not against him, it's just that it's rare. He almost acts like he's been in the NFL for a couple of years.
Mitch, given, the part of the country that you live in, and like not to toot our own horns, but given that you talk to us every week during the season, I have to imagine that, more than any running back that really could be drafted, most seasons, this is a guy that you have heard about just given the proximity. So I'm curious, when you started really diving into, some of his college film, what stood out to you? You mentioned his maturity stands out. What stood out to you on the field with him when you finally started watching him a little bit more in depth?
You didn't see like the negative play, and if it was just an effort play. You saw yards after contact, you saw the contact balance, but you saw him, regardless of the opponent, regardless of the situation, play at a very consistent level. And the last 2 years, he was so highly productive last year that you saw the vision. And the fact that he was so durable, that's what I saw when I would see the video of him. And, don't forget, he had 108 yards against Cincinnati at Arrowhead.
Mm-hmm.
He had a 25-108 game, and that kind of just sums up Emmett Johnson, I think, in a nutshell.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs. Training camp updates brought to you by Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. So as we look at the competition, and I know we teased this a little bit earlier in the week, obviously – Kenneth Walker is going to be RB1, but who is EJ battling, and what is the likelihood he could be RB2 this year?
I think that's a little bit of a stretch at this point because that room has been so good in this camp.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not to cast any aspersions on him. And people, because there's 4 guys. There's 6 running backs in camp, including Emmitt Smith's son, EJ Smith. And then there's a really good player called Jaden Ott, who played at Oklahoma his last year, but he had big-time productivity at Cal. But those guys are going to be practice squad at best. I see the other 4 making the team, and this team would have 4 running backs. After Walker, you've got Brashard Smith, who I will talk about later in the month, who actually has had a really good start to this camp. We have DeMarco Murray now as our running backs coach. Remember the great Dallas Cowboy back in Oklahoma prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
And we have seen his teaching, coaching rub off on Brashard. And he also is a weapon in the passing game, as is Walker. I'm gonna feature that tomorrow because I'm gonna come up with Ken Walker for you guys tomorrow. But and then we got Amari DiMercato, and was the third down back for the Cardinals, who's got 5 40-yard runs. He had the longest run last year against the Seahawks, 55 yards. He had the infamous 71-yard run where he fumbles before he goes across the goal line, thinking he had scored, and it became the boob of the NFL on every reel on everybody's phone. But DiMercato could play a really good third down back. You saw him, you're a Rams fan, you saw him in the division.
Yep.
So that's 4 really good players. So here's the good thing for Emmett. He does not have to say, He doesn't have to be the guy right out of the gate. And there might be some weeks he's inactive, but that doesn't mean he's not going to make this team. And I could see all 4 of them being active in the same game. Now, what's going to be interesting is to see if they could use Emmett a little bit on special teams, because Brashard Smith will be a kick returner. And not saying Emmett won't either. That's how Abdullah stayed in the league for 12 years. But Emmett's part of this. It's not like, oh gosh, try hard guy, you got him in a late round value pick. Emmett Johnson's turning heads here. It's just that the running back room, he has company, and that's the way we actually want it.
Mitch, we haven't mentioned this yet, but I'm curious, just from a football perspective, obviously the Chiefs are missing Eric Bieniemy right now. Terrible thing that occurred, but I'm curious how the pecking order has gone. How have the Chiefs managed without their OC in camp as far as just the nuts and bolts of, offensive installation and all the things that Bieniemy would be doing if he were there right now?
Yeah, it's a great question. It is a tragic situation. I know all the principal parties there. They're good friends, and Elijah, he went to my son's high school. My son teaches and coaches at Lathan Northwest. Okay, all that being said, there is really a village that's always at work here and has been ever since Coach Reed came into town, and I think that's part of the success here. The fact that you've got different guys who have different roles who and it's a strong infrastructure. It's not like, oh my gosh, EB's gone and we're all going to have to scramble around and find new jobs to do. That's not the case here. And so everybody's just kind of kicked in a little bit more than they normally do. But it is a super strong infrastructure of offensive guys that have a really good background. Joe Blameyer has been the most talked about guy. He's probably filled in more of the EB role than anybody else, but it's not like that's it and that's all he does and that's what he's got, because there's a whole bunch of guys involved in this, and that also is by design.
Mitch's training camp updates brought to you by Hy-Vee, official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football. And you already mentioned it, Kenneth Walker will be tomorrow's feature guy.
Yeah, and you know all about him, being a Rams fan.
Yep.
But we're getting, guys, I'm just going to tell you straight up. There's a story here because we're getting more than we thought we were going to get with this guy. But Ken Walker's getting more than he thought he was going to get coming here. And we'll jump into that. There's a couple really interesting things to bring up about Ken Walker where he could flourish here more than he did in Seattle.
All right.
That is a tease, Chiefs fans. So be listening tomorrow for Mitch's training camp report. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Mitch Oltz is brought to you by Hy-Vee, official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football.
Wow. Cubs almost win. Now, Jake, we need a sports flash.
Sports flash.
What?
There's something about the
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports
What?
flash update.
Sports flash.
Why are you mad?
From the sports flash sports
This
desk.
probably has something to do with the Hall of Fame game, I'm guessing.
I wish it did. No.
Oh, we got the starting lineup for the Hall of Fame game.
Oh, that'd be awesome. No, Jahmyr Gibbs and the Lions have reached an agreement today on a 3-year extension, $67.5 million. And it could be worth up to $75+ million, which includes $51.5 million guaranteed. He's now the NFL's highest paid running back. This is now the third deal of the week. We talked, 2 days ago about Bijan Robinson?
Yeah,
Have we talked today about Taylor with the Colts? He signs an extension.
Oh, yeah.
And now you have Gibbs. So the run on running back extensions, I would say, has come to an end.
Yeah, Gibbs 22.5, Bijan 22.25, Jonathan Taylor 22.
Okay.
That's the new highest.
I'd honestly
paid
say
running
that's the
backs.
proper order, too.
Good on. I would go Bijan first.
You would?
I like Bijan Robinson.
No,
he is.
That's fair.
He's really good. I mean, nothing against Gibbs, nothing against Taylor.
Yeah.
I think personally, I think the upside on Robinson's better than the other.
That's fair. That's totally fair. Totally fair.
And he was really good last year as well.
Yeah,
but
indeed.
Yeah, that's interesting. We haven't had a run on running backs.
No, yeah.
like
What
this.
decade is this? The 90s? going on right now?
90s, man. This is like Earl Campbell, Tony Dorsett, Franco Harris, Walter Payton.
Remember when they ran the ball?
Running is back. People like to run again.
They do like
I like run.
again.
I like to run. I ran for a run this morning.
I wish Ernie Clement would have not run so well and made that catch. That was a hell of a catch.
It was. Oh, John, we got the starters for the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
I thought you were going to say it's Thursday because that'll lead right into.
I don't care. Next on 1620 The Zone.
I don't care.
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 It's Thursday.
It is Thursday. And yes, I don't care about the Hall of Fame game.
Boo! Get out of here, John. Boo!
I actually had to look it up to even know what network it was on.
It's on NBC. What other network
I
would it
don't
be
know.
on?
They moved all this crap around. I mean, if there ever was a game that deserved to be on, like, I don't know, Tubi or the Angel Network or one of these weird streaming sites,
Gonna get a
it's that
lot
one.
of millions of viewers.
Yes.
A lot of millions.
And then a lot of millions of people will remember, oh, yeah, it's a preseason game. It doesn't matter, and I don't recognize any of these people, and they'll shut it off.
Last year's game, this is insane, was the most watched Hall of Fame game in 4 years.
I don't care.
It averaged
I don't care.
6.21 million
I
viewers.
don't care.
God, we are all sickos. I can't wait to
No,
watch it.
you are all sickos. I am not participating in this charade.
No. I'll watch some of it, and then I'll watch our movie. Wow. By the way, it got as high as nearly 15 million viewers in 1999.
Wait a second.
What
Hold on.
happened?
Before you go any further. I know, but
I don't care.
So it's bottom of the 11th. You got the Manfred man runner at second, nobody out. PCA is at the plate.
Yeah.
The first pitch almost hits him.
Okay.
And counsel wants them to look at it to see if the pitch hit him.
Okay.
You do not want
It didn't hit him.
Pete Crow Armstrong to just get first base. His run doesn't matter. You want PCA hitting here.
No, and it didn't.
You
even
would
hit him.
rather it not hit him,
And it didn't.
so that they don't have to. This is a dumb challenge.
Yeah, it didn't. I don't think it
You
hit him.
want PCA at the plate.
Well, I think he'll lose, so it'll end up being good for him.
Thank God.
What Africa says, but Roger Craig is going into the Hall of Fame. Yeah, what about Roger Craig?
Well, no,
John
I-
hates
I'm
Huskers.
fine with the Hall of Fame ceremony.
Oh, okay.
I don't care about the Hall of Fame game. You know, in better sports like baseball, their Hall of Fame ceremonies happen during the season, and then they celebrate them across the league.
Wait, you
This
like
is-
that it's during the season?
Of course.
Why? You wouldn't want it to have like its own special day?
It
I
does
couldn't
have its
disagree
own
with you.
special day.
I actually disagree with you quite largely. I think it's nice that the NFL has theirs as the kickoff to the season. I think that that's genuinely
You know what I think of your opinion?
I don't care.
I don't care.
I know it's Thursday. All right, I already mentioned this yesterday. I don't care about the single digits. I hope that tradition has died, just like backward hats and calling him Coach Matt. So I want to move on to something else.
Wait a second. Was that tradition around long enough to call it a
That's
tradition?
true. It lasted like 3 weeks. I don't care about the return of Ted Lasso. I don't care.
Wow.
Love season 1. Season 2 was solid. It has a classic Christmas episode. Season 3 straight up stunk. And I do not want to watch season 4. I'm not watching it. My wife, she watched it the other night. She was like, I asked her, I said, hey, are you going to watch Ted Lasso? And she goes, yeah. And I said, I'm not going to watch it, so you can just watch it whenever you want to without me. And so she stayed up late the other night when it premiered. She watched it late on Tuesday. I went to bed. I will not watch a second of Ted Lasso. I am done with you, Ted Lasso. This is just a money grab. It's a cash grab. Cash grab.
I thought the series ended with
It
last
did.
season.
It did. And
And
then
so
they were
they
like,
brought
let's bring it back because they need money or
Because
whatever.
what's his name?
Steve Jobs is dead.
No.
Tim Apple.
No.
Jason Sudeikis.
Jason Sudeikis needed. I still need a gig.
I guess he likes money. He probably likes money. I mean, we all like
I have
money.
never seen a second of Ted Lasso.
I think you might like it. The first season is actually pretty good. I
Yeah.
think you would like it, even though it's soccer. I think you would enjoy it, but honestly, I'd kind of say like just eject after that.
Eject.
Jake, do you have something you don't care about?
No, I'm
Jake
don't have an
cares.
opinion. I
Jake
care.
cares.
I care.
Jake cares.
I didn't think about any I don't care things for Thursday.
Michael Severe has something for us. What?
Go ahead.
I don't care about whatever ridiculous play-by-play that John is talking about, some sport that no one cares about. He's
Many
saying,
people care. The stadium is packed. It's a game that counts. It's a game that matters. It's a game that'll help decide divisions and playoffs. Tonight's game will determine nothing.
Oh,
base hit. Come on. Run. Oh, no. God, is he pulling up a boat anchor? Oh my God, he was out by 17 feet.
No.
Oh my God.
He was out by like 400 millimeters. What happened? Why is he? Yeah, no bleep. What happened?
Well, he's a catcher. He's slow.
Oh, is he? Okay.
God, that's the second. Oh my God.
Wow. Got him.
Oh yeah.
He
was out.
Kenneth says, I don't care about Lincoln having the most trees per capita. I do love the new promo, though.
That is a good promo.
Excellent job by you,
I do have
Joey.
one more I don't care.
Okay, perfect.
I don't care about this story on Matt Rule using AI.
Well, that's because you like AI.
No, I don't like AI.
You don't?
That's why. But
That's
also
news to me.
No, I don't like it.
You
I'm
don't?
not a huge fan.
Oh,
No,
I thought you
I just
loved
like.
it.
I make.
You like
having fun
triggering
with
us.
the owl.
Yeah.
I like doing the owl.
So wait,
thing.
what part of the story do you not care
I
about?
just don't care. I mean, I know because this was one of the things that Rule talked about last week at Chicago and Big Ten Media Days.
Yeah.
And every time I heard this story, I was just like, God, move on. I don't care.
A lot of
I'd
coaches
rather,
are
I'd rather
doing it.
talk about the second team, kicker.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care.
Would you rather talk about the Hall of Fame game?
Oh, we got to win! Oh, PCA! Cubs win! Suck it, Michael! Cubs win! He was stealing third, and the ball got away.
Oh.
And PCA scores.
Wow, what a meltdown by the Blue Jays.
I mean, that's why they're not going to go back to the World
I hope
Series.
McMaster that this is one of the 2 Cub games a week that he's decided to watch. Brian says Matt Rule used AI to change his record from being 500 and 2-25 versus ranked teams.
And this is, by the way, this is not a criticism of Rule for using it or others
You just
for
don't
using
care.
it.
You just don't
I
care.
just don't care. I mean,
Yeah.
that's literally the point of this segment is things we just don't care about.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime I see a story about Rule embraces AI. See, Stacy's down here. We won! We care! We care!
I care.
She can hear us.
Oh, that's right. She's right above
That's right.
us.
She is right above us.
Oh, wow. We're probably really loud and annoying.
I just don't care.
Yeah, understandable.
So there you go. I don't care. But I do care that the Cubs won.
Wow. Baseball.
But again, the Brewers won, so we still can't gain any ground.
That's pretty crazy.
They never lose.
That's pretty crazy.
They're worse than the damn Red Sox.
Never lose. They never lose.
402 text in. LMAO, good for you and your Cubs, John.
By the way, we
Good
have
job,
not
Cubs.
mentioned this on the air, and I'm reminded because Farron commented on my picture, but
Oh, yes, we have not.
we got I'm trying to remember what I said.
Listener Baymon.
Baymon.
Yeah, he reached out to us and he said that his wife walked in. He said, what a time for my wife to call and for me to hit pause on the stream. And John is in the middle. His mouth is all weird. His eyes are rolling into the back of his head. His hand is up.
I don't want to say what this looks like.
Yeah,
it's just
probably for the best.
It's just a really bad picture.
It is. And
or
so,
a really bad screenshot.
Yeah. And so I tweeted and I said, hey, Kevin Kugler, a photo for your files. Because you guys have the Kugler files and he has the Bishop
Yes, he
files.
does.
He says, I'm offended that you would think I would save that picture to some file titled Terrible John Bishop Pictures. Oh, excellent job, Baymon. Excellent job.
I'm trying to remember what point was I making.
Yeah, I don't know.
What was I in the middle of saying where I had that look and on my face?
So funny. So funny. So funny.
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's happy hour time.
Are we going
Does
through
it sound
this?
like we're happy?
I'm in a great mood. Is this the list of the worst people ever? Is that what this
Well,
is?
okay.
Steve Peterson, Mr. H.
So Ryan
Well,
McGee
yeah.
of ESPN
Great friend.
did the biggest college football supervillains in history.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll run down his list.
Okay.
But as I was reading that list, I was like, ooh, Husker supervillains. And I was able to. So this is my list.
And
It
I
is
don't know any
it's
of these.
a
I cannot
dynamic
wait.
list, so it can change. But I would love to get some feedback. And I've already gotten a little bit on Twitter.
Yeah.
But I'd like to get some feedback if I've missed anybody or I misranked something.
If you over or underrated somebody.
But in the spirit of Ryan McGee's story of college football historic supervillains, I have concocted the top 10 Husker football supervillains.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk about that next. and we'll celebrate a beautiful Cubs win. Look at that haul. Look at that PCA just making plays and throwing his helmet and happy and joy and glad tidings for all.
Man, I'd feel like a real big idiot if I left this game early. Missed out on a great comeback. Feel like a real big idiot.
Yeah.
Real big idiot.
I would too.
Yep.
All right. 16-20 zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air.
Yes, it is. Happy Thursday to one and all. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're having a safe drive home if you're on your way there. Or maybe you're a second shifter and you've just started work, or you're a third shifter and you're just getting up to get ready to go to work.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Man, you are the people that keep this country going, man.
Maybe you're off.
The third shifters.
And you're going to the grocery store because you need a six-pack. You're not working tomorrow.
Oh,
yeah.
Speaking of that, it's One Beer Friday tomorrow.
Let's go.
Oh, and our movie is Blackberry, by the way. It's on Netflix.
Netflix.
Friend of the Grum, Ryan McGee. Great college football historian. Man who loves the sport.
Mm-hmm.
Did a top 10 list of college football's greatest villains. Not sure what inspired this.
It's some evergreen right before season kind of stuff.
But isn't the Spider-Man movie out or something? You know,
Oh, he's already seen that. No way in hell he has
but
missed it.
Ryan is inspired. He likes
That's true. Oh, that's probably what it was. I see what you're saying.
Hey,
yeah.
man, Spider-Man's got a supervillain. He's got that one dude.
Yeah, the one dude.
The one dude.
Yeah.
Who rides a skateboard or whatever.
Sure.
But he did a list of the top 10 college football villains.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a very interesting list. I agree with some of these selections.
Definitely.
But the first one kind of threw me off. Now he goes 10-1.
Mm-hmm.
Number 10, the most recent entry on the list, Caleb Williams. When I think of great college football villains, I don't think of Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I know people they enjoyed rooting against him, and he became kind of a divisive player. But I think it was inarguable that he was talented. I don't know, true villain. I don't know if I ever really got that vibe from him.
Number 9, prime time, Deion Sanders.
A great pick, especially when you add in his coaching. You know, I mean, I don't know if 5 years ago, if he would have been on this list. That's the reason he is on the list, right? He wrote.
He was a pretty big villain.
For sure.
He was a player,
but I don't know if he would have been top 10 caliber. I mean, he's only number 9, and I think it's because of the coaching. He says if anyone thought he was a divisive as a pre-internet player, he damn near broke the internet every Saturday as Colorado won a lot early.
Yes,
first 2 years especially. Like I'm guessing there's going to be some fall off with him moving forward. As the team falls off. But yeah, especially that first year, man, as they beat TCU and then they beat Nebraska and they beat Colorado State, and every game was this moment.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And, they've struggled since then.
Number 8, Tim Tebow.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good one because as Ryan writes, he's the only member of this list who would also be included if we were ranking the all-time college football good guys. Because, I mean, he's a genuinely, as just a person, nice guy.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's ever had any off-the-field controversy.
But he was so polarizing.
He was, and a lot of it, too, was how he was covered. Like, if you're annoyed with, to go back to Deion, you're annoyed with how Deion's covered, Tebow was that. Because he was that player that because he was good off the field, he would do things. The announcers leaned so much into it in a way where it was super annoying.
Right. And he was one of those guys. He was like those rah-rah guys. We all remember the speech in the locker room. And
we're going to lose a game like this again.
Exactly. Blah, blah, blah. And all that other stuff. And it just and Florida was really good at the time. So it was easy to root against Florida. Mm-hmm. He was now, this isn't a great example. I was going to say Christian Laettner, but Christian Laettner was...
See, that guy loved being the bad guy.
Did, and he was cocky and he was arrogant.
Definitely.
Tebow wasn't that.
No.
But in the same vein of Laettner, he kind of represented
Correct.
Duke.
Correct.
And people were tired of Duke.
Yeah.
people were tired of Florida.
People were tired of Urban Meyer. Yeah.
Tebow represented Florida.
Definitely.
I give a tip of the cap to Ryan for the next entry.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7, his employer, ESPN.
I love it. I think it's
a great
great.
pick.
Yeah, and he writes in the second paragraph, he said he's worked at ESPN for so long that in 1997 I had rocks thrown at me in Knoxville because I was wearing an ESPN jacket as a young television producer, because that was the year of Manning versus Woodson. Isn't it amazing? Now we talk about SEC bias with ESPN. In 1997, it was Big Ten bias.
Yes, it was.
Because a lot of people thought that the network pushed for the Heisman to be awarded to Charles Woodson.
And then, as Ryan wrote, several decades later, I had a Crown Royal bottle thrown at me in Columbus because I was again wearing an ESPN jacket. Why? Because Buckeye fans believed our SEC bias was the reason I was there to write a story about how Urban Meyer paid on his paid administrative leave.
Yeah, and then on top of that, and Ryan didn't write about this, but conference realignment and where the sport is going, we think ESPN has a lot to say about that. I agree with you. Tip of the cap. ESPN definitely belongs on the list.
Number 6. Some people will say way too low.
Yeah.
Notre Dame.
Is the argument that this is not too low, that they have, they're not as dominant as they once were? At this moment in time now, every game is on TV. For the longest time, there seemed to be this preferential treatment of every Notre Dame game is on television. You always watch Notre Dame. You always hear about Notre Dame. And while, they are still talked about a lot, every game is on TV now.
Yeah, but I think this is
likable coach.
Because it never was a big deal back in the day that they didn't have a conference.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody minded that.
And
it was
now,
all the things you mentioned. Now that they're not in a conference, that's one of the things people hate the most.
Which I never have understood. I like that they're an independent. I think it's cool, But yeah, Notre Dame obviously belongs on the list.
1990 Miami Hurricanes. Going very specific here, Ryan was at number 5.
Yeah.
And this is a good pick because, man, were these guys bad boys.
This is the team, for those who have seen the U or who are just around and remember this team, that played Texas in the Cotton Bowl and had 200 yards in penalties. So in a way, even though they didn't win the championship, they were peak villain. This was the peak villain of all of the Miami teams.
Number 4, Brian Bosworth.
I knew he would be on the list. I was wondering how high he would be on the list. Of players from before my time, I feel like Boz is the one that I have heard about the most. Definitely a lot of that is living in this state for most of my life. But when I think of villains from pre-1988, this is the dude that I always think of.
The funny thing is today,
people
would be loving him because he was he has the personality.
Mm-hmm.
And he famously wore the T-shirt "National Communists Against Athletes," NCAA.
Yeah,
because he got suspended.
You hated that guy, right?
Oh, of course. Well, of course.
Was he your least favorite player of the 80s? I guess I don't want to give away your list that he might be on there, but is he up there?
I mean, he's up there.
Yeah.
He's up there, man.
Yeah.
Number 3, another player, Johnny Manziel.
He definitely was disliked. I do think, I don't know, I kind of think he was also kind of liked, though. I think people...
Well, he was liked in the anti-hero sense that Tebow wasn't liked.
Yeah.
So it was, I bet if you looked at people who like Tebow and people who like Manziel, there was very little overlap.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people that like Tebow liked him because he was a good guy. The people that like Manziel liked him because he was a bad guy and he was cocky and he was all about, the money and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you also, I understand why you didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
Because in a time before NIL, he was flaunting this notion of, look at me, look at my money, look at, look at how much I'm making.
I remember when he first started showing up on our show, when it would have been you and Michael, and it was he went to some Halloween party and he was with scantily dressed women, and it was who's this guy, what's going on with him? And then he took down Bama, and that's why I really liked him, because he took down Alabama.
Number 2, Lane Kiffin.
Man, so here's my question: is this too recency biased? I know that we dislike him, and we have, I guess, in fair to argue against myself, we've disliked this guy for a long time. He was the young punk.
Yep.
He's so brash. He talks a lot of trash. So maybe it's not, but it just seems man, number 2 ever in the sport? Number 2 ever? Ever?
It's high.
Whew, and it's definitely high.
But I think it's worth it. Because nobody generates more conversation than the Lane train now. And last year,
Signetti,
year he was one of those guys. He's kind of like the great wrestling heel who starts to make you root for him, and then he goes and does something heelish again, and you're like, that's why I hated the guy in the first place.
100%. I mean, and Ryan is going to know that more than anybody.
Yes.
It was I don't remember. I think it was a championship series. Ryan stopped by and chatted with McMaster and I at the College World Series, and Matt set up this question. He goes, I know whenever you do these radio hits, people always want to ask you about Lane Kiffin. And Ryan goes, yeah, they do. And he goes, and that's why I'm not going to. And you could just feel Ryan like, thank you for not asking me about him, because everyone does, because he did that story about him last year when it was like, look at Lane. He's changed. He's a new man. And then, he did all his crap at the end of the year.
And number one biggest supervillain in college football history, Steve Spurrier.
An ultimate troll. An ultimate troll.
He was Lane Kiffin before Lane Kiffin.
He was.
With the exception of, being gun for hire and just move from job to job.
He talked a lot of trash. And he has some of the quotes in here. He called Florida State Free Shoes University. He had the joke about you can't spell citrus without UT. There was apparently this story. I wish that he included it in here, but I think what happened was like a Florida State quarterback threw a football at him, and it missed him, but they were trying to throw it at Steve Spurrier, and somebody asking him, trying to figure out what the punishment would have been, and said, hey, what would have happened if your quarterback would have done that? And he responded, he would have hit him. And which I always thought was such a good diss. My quarterback actually would have made contact with their head coach, because my quarterbacks are really good.
Yeah.
It sucks. When I started watching college football, he was at the back half of his Florida career, and I got South Carolina Spurrier, but by that point he was a little older, a little less volatile, and I feel like I missed the really good stuff with Spurrier.
I was surprised that Nick Saban didn't make this list.
Definitely. He's not even in the dishonorable mentions.
Not even because Saban did necessarily bad things, but of course Tim Tebow didn't do bad things, but he won all the time. And people got so tired of Alabama. I mean, Alabama fatigue. We still have Alabama fatigue, even though Saban's gone and they haven't won a title since. What year was it? 21? 20.
The COVID year. Yeah.
So, or maybe just Alabama in general, because the Alabama fatigue, that goes back to my youth.
Yeah.
The
end of the Bear
Bryant
era.
Won the title in 79. They were en route to doing it again in 1980. I still remember when they announced that Mississippi State beat Alabama when they were number one, and how we were dancing outside. Yeah, Alabama lost, because Alabama has just been this constant national championship presence.
And then even more so in the Saban era.
And then when the Saban era, it was that on steroids.
I think we talked about it a couple years ago, but every loss in the Saban era, after his first year, essentially, it was like a moment in time. If you're hey, what about that one time they lost in 2023? And it's I'll tell you about it. I remember where I was when I watched the game, because it happened so rarely. We did get a text from the 402. Said, I missed the beginning of this list. There is one thing I will protest for if it's not on the list. Number 10 was Caleb Williams. And by the way, Severe texted and he says, Caleb Williams wore fingernail polish. Come on, there was a large group of people who hated him. You know those people. I do. I'm not saying he wasn't a villain. It just seems a little recency bias to put him at 10. I'm with you.
Not Alabama, not Nick Saban.
Yeah. So the follow-up from the 402 says, maybe it's me or where I grew up, but where is Texas? I have fond memories of Texas being the bane of my existence.
Well, okay. That's a good
time to get to John's list.
It's time to get to my list. So in the spirit of this list, compiled a list. And granted, I did it pretty quickly.
Quick John, that's what they call you.
That's right. The best men work fast. So it's not a done list necessarily.
So we can alter it a little bit.
I am willing to hear suggestions.
Okay.
Because of how quick this happened.
Okay.
But I wanted to do the top 10 supervillains in Nebraska football history. And here they are. And we'll go in order from 10 down to 1.
Okay.
Number 10 on the list. Now, this, I will admit, it's abstract.
Yeah, what does this mean?
But size. The size of the state. The population of the state. How small it has always been.
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, this has been one of the things that has been as big an obstacle as any to the success of Nebraska football. Now, I should say, for the purpose of this list, in some of these cases, Nebraska used some of these supervillains to overcome the disadvantages and became better because of it. And I think Nebraska was able to use its size, even though it was a force against it. They were still able to manipulate it to the point where they had to work a little harder, had to work a little smarter, had to put their nose to the grind zone, and they made it work. But no doubt it has been an enemy of the program.
Especially in the post-Tom Osborne era, feels like even more so.
Because if you could take this program with the passion behind it, the fan base behind it, the money behind it, the prestige and the history behind it, and plop it down in a more densely populated area with more football talent, I don't think we'd be talking about the dim ages. They'd be Ohio State. I mean, if you could flip-flop Ohio State and Nebraska in terms of where they are located, Nebraska would probably be Ohio State, and Ohio State would probably be current Nebraska.
It tells a large portion of the story of the last 25 years.
It does.
When you have the best coach of a generation running your program, you're going to be great. When you fail with hires, it makes the next guy that much harder to hire, honestly.
Number 9, prejudice.
In what way?
This is a specific case, and we've talked about it before here on the Grum. It was the anti-Catholic prejudice that existed here in the 1920s that ended the Notre Dame rivalry.
Sad.
And then shortly thereafter, Notre Dame said, well, let's just go out to the West Coast and play USC. That could have been Nebraska.
They could be the team canceling the rivalry right now.
Imagine the history of Nebraska football,
with Notre Dame,
especially post World War I. Because remember, the dark ages of Nebraska football are only about 10 years around the corner from the moment that series ended, 15 years. How Nebraska football would have been different if they would have had the annual rivalry with Notre Dame, because it was a big rivalry for its time. It was big. But then anti-Catholic bias.
Think about that. Think about the various generations. Think about the 70s. Think about the 80s. Think about 88 as Notre Dame's going for their first national title with Lou Holtz. Nebraska, that's like the last great team, right? Before Tommy Frazier was 1988. Think about it. I mean, into the current era.
Yeah.
Think about that. Nebraska going to South Bend every other year.
Yeah.
Notre Dame coming to Lincoln every other year. Instead of Notre Dame came here in 01, Nebraska went there in 2000, and before that it was how many years prior? That's a good one.
Number 8 on the list, Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, certainly 15 years ago, they wouldn't have even been anywhere near this list. And you could make an argument they might be a little too low.
And as I wrote earlier today on Twitter, this is the fastest riser on the list.
Oh, by far.
10 years from now, this could be much higher.
It could, yeah,
but
absolutely.
Again, this is in the history of Nebraska football. There are other rivalries that were bigger and more fierce than this, including the one right ahead of it on the list. Number 7, Missouri.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely villains. The argument that I would make for Iowa to be above Missouri is that Missouri, outside of 78, it was really just this short period of time. It was Chase Daniel, it was Gary Pinkel. It was a very small window.
But that's in the last 35-ish years. But I'm going back beyond that.
Okay, so you're going way, way back.
Warren Powers and Tom Osborne go back to the 60s. And I still remember Adrian Fiala saying, man, the Missouri game was the one game every year we needed to win. And that was the game we felt the most physically beaten because of how intense it was. And it's a rivalry that went back many years, and it had even its own trophy. It had the victory bell. This was a very intense, and people really hated Missouri.
For sure.
And so, again,
that was the team when Nebraska, the end of the Big 12, that's the team I hated.
The reason Missouri's ahead of Iowa is just simply because of historic longevity.
Okay.
And with Iowa, again, give it another 10 years and, we'll revisit.
Okay.
Number 6, Bill McCartney.
I like that. Instead of it just being Colorado, it's the guy in particular.
It was McCartney.
Nebraska
didn't have a rival with
Gary
Colorado.
Barnett.
Yeah, they didn't have a rivalry with Colorado.
He called it out. He made it big. He removed red from the premises. Like, he did that. And say what you will about a variety of things that he did, but you got to give him credit for that, because he did it. He called him out. He said, "This is our rival," and they actually did it. They did it on the field. They beat him. They tied him.
Yeah.
You know?
And the reason, again, it was short.
Very.
But it brought out the ugly in everybody.
Well, yeah.
Folks
Sal's
who-
dead, go big red.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it even brought out the real ugly in Nebraska fans. And of course, it brought out a lot of ugly in Coloradans who, would throw the urine bombs and just all the nasty experiences that fans had out there. This was very concentrated, but no coach had ever had the temerity, other than the gall to say, nope, we're designating you the rival. I still remember when he did it.
Yeah.
And we were all like, who the are you?
And then they did it.
And then they pulled it off.
And think about it, someone who's just a few years younger than you that kind of missed the end of the Oklahoma greatness era, that is their rival.
Yeah.
Like someone who is mid to late 40s, the team that they hate the most is Colorado. And you talk about all of the best environments at Memorial Stadium in the 90s. You're talking about, it's never Oklahoma.
Never.
It's 92 Colorado. It's 94 Colorado. Like it is those games in particular. And those, for that generation, those were the games that would allow Nebraska to win the Big Eight and to hopefully win a national championship. It was no longer Oklahoma anymore.
And we'll talk about this in a couple of more entries, but I think it was good for Nebraska that McCartney did this because it helped raise Nebraska's game during an era where Oklahoma wasn't Oklahoma anymore.
Correct. They needed
that other
rabbit to chase.
They needed that other rabbit out there.
Yeah.
And by the way, for those of you who say, oh, yeah, but Colorado, go and watch even just the segment in the middle, the 30 for 30 on Bill McCartney, and listen to the hate and the vitriol that they still have for Nebraska 30 years later.
Yeah.
It was bitter.
Yeah, for sure.
Very, 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 very bitter. Number 5 on this list. Now, I've already seen the folks saying, how could you,
Steve
of all
Peterson?
people, not have Steve Peterson on the list?
Yeah.
Number 5 is Harvey Perlman.
So you're blaming the guy above the guy.
And here's why. Think about it. Yes, Peterson by himself does warrant an entry.
Yeah, for sure.
But Perlman enabled Peterson. Perlman then realized the error of his ways, got rid of him, brought in Tom, got the team into the Big Ten, and seemingly had turned things around. And then what did he do? He chased Tom out the door and brought in Silent Sean because he wanted the control. He was the puppet master behind all of it. And so really the Harvey Perlman selection here is kind of an overarching encompassing pick of really the last 20 to 25 years.
You make a very good argument. The thing that I would say with Peterson is that there seemed to be a maliciousness in the way in which he operated. And like you saw that up close. Kevin saw that up close. Like we heard all the stories of that era of removing photos on the walls and not allowing Huskers in the building and all of those types of things. A want to change. Like, I think he looked down on the people of this state. And yeah, you're right. Like, Harv allowed it. And so if you are the guy who makes the hire and you are allowing these things to happen, whose problem is it really? Is it the guy or is it you?
Yeah.
And so I think you make a good argument for it being Harvey, especially given how much he oversaw. Like Peterson was there from 03 or the end of 02 until 07.
Yeah.
It's a very small amount of time.
Yes.
Harvey Perlman was there before that and he was there after that.
Yeah. I mean, I really wanted someone, again, I really wanted to put the vision on here. But when you think about what Perlman did to enable Peterson, then seemingly saw the error of his ways and then went right back to committing another error.
Yeah, for sure.
Another boneheaded error.
Yeah, it's funny because he was like, crap, look at the mistake I made. We got to bring in somebody to really calm things down. And he did, and Tom did that. He made mistakes along the way, but he calmed things down a lot. And then he went right back to just a terrible hire that we all recognized immediately.
Number 4, Miami and Florida State.
So this is the only tie on this list. So why?
Well, because they are together.
Because of what they represent at the same time.
Because the 1980s, Nebraska would They'd finally conquered Oklahoma. They'd finally get to the Orange Bowl, and then what would be in their way?
Yeah.
Miami and Florida State.
Yeah.
And so, again, this is another one of those supervillains where Nebraska learned from their experiences, and that's what helped begat the mid-90s.
They chase after those teams, and it makes them better.
Because it was Miami and Florida State that exposed Nebraska as slow, corn-fed, plodding, blah, blah, blah. You know, you don't have enough athletes, and Nebraska had to change their ways. But think about it. I mean, Miami in 83 ruined what would have been one of the great seasons in all of college football history. And then continued to do so through the 80s as they built theirs.
Yeah.
And then Florida State comes along.
Beat them in Lincoln a couple of times.
And Florida State does it again.
Ruined the 93 season and the
Ruined
94
the
Orange Bowl.
93 season.
Plus, like there was, like that 22-0 win by Miami in that Orange Bowl. It's almost like they're the guy holding the at his head. Let me at him. Let me at him. And they're just
that's what it was.
They're not even close to us right now.
There was such a talent discrepancy.
And you saw it. You saw it. And that's why, to go back to what you said about Colorado and Bill McCartney in particular, I think he was that for the Big Eight. And then, of course, these were that on the national level. And so you had to get by Colorado, and they brought in all these athletes and competed in a way that you had to do that. And then, of course, you had to get past Miami and Florida State.
Number 3, another abstract one. Ghosts.
The movie?
No.
Whoopi Goldberg.
The ghosts of Husker legacy past.
Oh, this is a good one. Yeah, how you got to have a Nebraska guy. You're chasing the old days.
But
excellent.
It's that. It's just everything. And it's been there. And it's not just a recent phenomenon. It's been there. It almost chased Osborne away to Colorado.
The ghosts of Bob Devaney.
The ghosts of Bob Devaney. It's always Nebraska chasing what it used to be.
I like this. This is a good one.
And even though I don't think there's nearly as much Nebraska should be what they were in the mid-90s around here as it used to be.
Yeah.
There is still an element of chasing greatness.
Yeah.
That has at times led to bad decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Sadness
and bad decisions.
I don't necessarily believe this, but I know many people do. It was these types of ghosts that helped chase Bo Pelini out. Nebraska hasn't been as good as Bo Pelini since Bo Pelini.
Well, and before that, how many people are listening right now saying, yeah, it chased Frank Solich out of here too?
Exactly. Ghosts.
That's it. That's a good one. And that's why I've always said I really hope that if there's one lesson to be learned, one good lesson to be learned from the Frost era, it's like, okay, well, we tried that. Now let's try this. And, you got to just keep trying.
Number 2, Texas.
There's some who are saying they should be number 1. You'll get to number 1 in a moment. Texas is certainly a top 3 at worst. I mean, look, all of the things that change, you want to start with them showing up in the Big 12 and creating a voting block of them and 10 other schools versus one.
Yep.
Prop 48 goes away as one example, of course.
A lot of different things
the divisions,
go away.
The Oklahoma rivalry disappears.
Yes.
And then, of course, the end game where they chase Nebraska out or Nebraska says, we don't want to deal with you anymore, whatever it is. They leave the conference and they leave decades, 100-year-old relationships.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's because of Texas.
And Texas also beat Nebraska during this time.
They end the winning streak, the home winning streak in 1998. Well, let's go backwards. They beat them in 96. They keep them out of the Sugar Bowl.
Yep.
They end the home winning streak in 98. People forget. After that, then Nebraska had 4 more years of winning at home in a row. And then they did it again in 02. Of course, the 1 second game in 09. They ruined Red Out Around the World in 10.
What about when your drunk friend Brent Musburger on a roll?
Oh, yeah, 96.
James Brown.
Well, hey, don't forget about my most heartbreaking loss personally, the 06 snow game. Terrence Nunn fumbles. They did all of like the most heartbreaking losses of my youth. They're involved in like half of them at least. God, screw
Number 1
in 99, they
super
fumbled
villain in Nebraska football history with a bullet. Barry Switzer.
But there was respect, I thought, John.
You can respect your villains. I mean, Superman respected Lex Luthor.
Yeah, that's true.
Had to respect him. And some might be saying, oh, but you just mentioned all these things about Texas. I'm telling you, man, for 20 years, this dude was a thorn. He was a sword in the side of Nebraska football. He is the only coach to hold mastery over Tom Osborne in terms of, coaches that he met the most and had the least success against. Barry Switzer.
By far.
Yeah. And if you put the two side by side, Tom is clearly the X's and O's champion. He's clearly the better coach. But my God, could Barry Switzer recruit?
Mm-hmm.
My God, could Barry Switzer sell ice to Eskimos? Mm-hmm. This guy, and then just the...
Don't forget about Sooner Magic, John.
Sooner Magic. We just went through this litany of painful losses to Texas. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
There was a thing called Sooner Magic.
Mm-hmm.
And Barry Switzer was the guy behind it. And then he would rub it in your face. He brought tacos. Brought tacos to Bob Devaney on the set of his show. Said, you're going to go to the Sun Bowl. Here's a bag of tacos. People hated him.
Jordan says Texas was the Groin Kick Chronicles before the Groin Kick Chronicles, and Oklahoma was that before Texas.
Yes.
Was,
And, of course, Oklahoma, you had to win that game.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing.
You had to win that game.
Because I wanted to make a comparison to Iowa, and that when seasons begin now, I think a lot of Husker fans say, yeah, and they'll lose to Iowa. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but they'll lose. Last year was a rare blowout in this series in recent years. They'll lose to Iowa. They'll make some goofy play. That was the Oklahoma-Nebraska series. Except that the games mattered for national championships. The games mattered for conference championships. And so it wasn't just that you lost. It wasn't just that you lost to your least favorite team.
Yeah.
It's that you lost to your least favorite team. And it also kept you from winning the Big Eight or winning a national championship. And when you finally get them, when Tom finally got them in 78, for some reason, that's not the last game of the year. And they lose to Missouri, and then they have to play him in the Orange Bowl, and they lose to him there.
Exactly.
Tom Osborne, that's the only Big Eight school that Tom Osborne did not have a winning record against. He was 13-13 against against Oklahoma. That's the only one.
And he only had, let's see.
Yeah, Husker Country Doc says 3. Is it 3
No,
wins?
it's more than that. 78, 81, 82, 83, 88. That's it. 5 wins against Barry Switzer.
Man,
and they both started in 73. Switzer, of course, was let go in 88.
Yeah.
But in that time, and that's why I picked him specifically, not Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Because it was during those years where it was like the end all be all. And this was the guy. He was the super villain. He was the Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
He was the one.
And you would say,
and
too.
I miss it. Oh, my God, I miss it so much. It was so cool. I mean, 40 years ago, me is saying, you idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if Barry Switzer would have been gone, we'd have been great. No, but
raise the
this
level.
is how you know he was the guy, because you miss it.
Well, and the other thing, too.
You've got to have a bad guy. You've got to have the enemy. You've got to have the rival. Otherwise, life is boring. This guy did not make it boring, and you wanted to beat him so bad. And then they'd take those shots of him on the sidelines where he's sneaking a puff of cigarette. It's like, you degenerate. You're smoking on the sideline. What kind of message are you sending to those kids?
And obviously, starting in 71 with the game of the century, it's 1 versus 2.
Which, by the way, Switzer was the coordinator
and
at Oklahoma.
And so starting there, you look at the ranking of these teams, and in particular, 73 to 88. Oklahoma 3, Nebraska ranked 10. Oklahoma 1, Nebraska 6. Oklahoma 7, Nebraska 2. Oklahoma 8, Nebraska 10. Oklahoma 3, Nebraska 11. I mean, it was top 10 matchups almost every year. It was often top 5. 84, 85, 86, 87. 4 versus 1, 5 versus 2, 3 versus 5, and 2 versus 1. Like that. So again,
that's insanity.
So it's not just the rival. It's not just for the conference. It is for a national championship. You know, it is so much greater than what the Iowa rivalry is at this moment. As much as you hate them, it's like that, but then times a billion, because it meant everything.
In 1987, I've quoted this many times, but I still remember it. I wish I could find the article. USA Today did a national poll of the best rivalry in college football, and Nebraska-Oklahoma was number 1. Not Ohio State, Michigan, not the Iron Bowl, not USC, Notre Dame. Yeah. It was Nebraska and Oklahoma, and it was because of that guy and Tom Osborne. But That guy.
Matthew says it was fun because T.O. and Barry were polar opposites. That's the other part too. It was a yin and a yang.
It
to the
was. It
entire
was
situation.
a perfect yin and a yang.
Yeah.
You had. I mean, to have the ultimate good guy, you have to have the ultimate bad guy. You know, Hulk Hogan had to have Roddy Piper. Our Hulk Hogan had Roddy Piper. His name was Barry Switzer.
That's a good list, John. It's a really good list.
But again, it's not. I mean, I am more than willing to listen to other options,
there's
other suggestions.
There have been a ton of comments. Somebody said earlier they would replace Missouri with Kansas State.
I disagree. Kansas State was more like a gnat.
Yeah.
They weren't really a rival.
Let's see. Kansas State won in 98, in 2000, in 02, 03, 04. And then after that, I think Nebraska won every other game in the series.
Yeah. I mean,
So again, it's like such a short amount of time. But the difference between them and Colorado, and I guess I'm talking about Missouri right now.
Yeah.
They never did the ultimate thing. And neither did Missouri. But Colorado did the ultimate thing. Kansas State got very close.
Yeah.
But it was such a short run. And then, it
and
was.
Again,
like,
and
I
again,
hated them.
Missouri goes back decades. Missouri goes back to
and
like
Kansas
the
State
60s.
doesn't. So like that's the thing. Historically, Kansas State doesn't hold a candle to them.
Again, if we extended this list out to a top 30, maybe we'd put Bill Snyder, K-State in
They
there.
definitely they're an honorable mention, but yeah, I don't think they're a top.
Yeah,
10.
no.
There was this from Matt earlier because you mentioned the Notre Dame story. He says this story is bunk. Notre Dame ended the game because their four horsemen went undefeated against everyone except Nebraska. Do you know how many Catholics were in Nebraska in the 20s? That is not the case.
No,
that is not true.
Go back and there's plenty of stories that were written. It was first kind of brought back to the fore during the Husker Century.
I think that's when I learned about it. Yeah,
that NET, and then you do a little reading. No, it was true and legit. And I listen. I'll admit maybe that's not worthy of being in the top 10, but I also wanted to have something. I wanted to have something from deep in Nebraska's history, because this is a historic list. This is not the last 10 years or the last 25 years. And so certainly I'll listen. I'm not married to it, but it was something that came to my mind.
Jed says Dan Beebe and the Big 12 is at least close to making the top 10 list of supervillains, at least according to fans.
And
that's interesting.
That's where I think Texas
fits.
Texas kind of encompasses that. I suppose I could marry them together, but yes,
I was wondering if you were going
to Dan Beebe and the Big 12.
Big 10. What about the Big 10?
They're almost a symptom.
Yeah.
They're a symptom of Texas.
Yeah. What about the Big 10? Would you just put that in along there?
Well, but
the Big 10's been really bad to Nebraska. It's been great to the pocketbooks, but this is the dim ages start when Nebraska joins the Big 10.
Yeah. I'll listen.
And you lose all the relationships. You don't have all these drivable places
then you got
to
deal
go
with
anymore.
Wilbon and
to deal with Wilbon Northwestern,
wanting to kick you out of the league.
Yeah,
that's a good suggestion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would Africa? This is again an abstract one. World War II.
World War II.
Because it was World War II where and Nebraska didn't have an established ROTC program. And so while the Army and Notre Dame, a lot of schools, were successful, that's what launched Nebraska's dim ages.
That's interesting.
That's an abstract one, but I kind of like that.
And he wants to know what your honorable mentions were. Yeah, what else? Is there anything else? We've kind of hit on a lot of them.
We've hit on a few of them.
Trying to think if there's any
certainly,
others.
I mean, again, I will listen to Steve Peterson being on the list. My cousin Derek suggested Bill Callahan.
Yeah, see, and again, if we're not putting Peterson, then we can't put Callahan. Because he is, he was the guy.
But like an honorable mention.
For sure, yeah.
Because certainly he did a lot of things that,
rub people the wrong way.
You
didn't have Silent Sean. I mean, you could certainly put Sean Eichhorst on this.
I mean, Steve Peterson would be ahead of Silent Sean.
Absolutely he would.
Easily.
Absolutely he would.
But there you go. But
I like it. That's a good list.
We'll bring this back up tomorrow because I'm sure that Jack Mitchell will have some opinions.
Definitely. I can't wait to talk about this with Jack.
So you can check it out on Twitter, and including some of my explanations. I do a rare thread. I did a rare thread on Twitter today explaining each of the 10 selections.
Awesome.
Coming up next, it's content.
Awesome.
Let's see. Content today. I promise I won't say anything more about Barry Switzer, but I will talk about his former boss.
Okay.
We're going to grade the celebration, and Fox is willing to play chicken.
Oh?
fox playing chicken. Usually the fox would beat the chicken. This is a different kind of fox.
Oh, speaking of
and a
chicken,
different
what's
kind of
for
chicken.
dinner?
Oh, and what's for dinner on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Getting some great feedback. Keep it coming. We won't be able to get to it today, but when we bring Jack on tomorrow for the Super Friends Roundtable, we will revisit my top 10 Husker villains list.
Nice.
And perhaps make a few changes. A couple of suggestions. My friend Steve on the text line suggesting Scott Frost and Jed, including Scott Frost.
You want to read the reasons why?
Some of Scott Frost's supervillains include hoodies, opponents who clap, opponents having the audacity to change what he saw on game film, going to practice, being sober, being accountable.
Allegedly. And then we'll stop there. Yeah, Andy also brought up Frost. He mentions the Michigan State game and what happened after that. Lawrence Phillips situation, being a big baby, being a lush, and he was a terrible coach. Yeah. All right. That's good. I look forward to talking about this more with Jack tomorrow.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? TNT Sports has picked up the broadcast rights for Spikes Under the Lights, the volleyball event taking place in Jarrow World near the end of the month. While it's not the regular season, Nebraska, Penn State, Florida, and SMU are playing for $1 million in prize money. Excited to watch?
It's not the This isn't counting
preseason.
This isn't counting towards the overall record.
I'm pretty sure, right?
Really?
They're doing this, and then there's the Vegas thing that they're doing in the preseason.
But this doesn't count against their record?
One of those things doesn't. I thought it was this,
what
right?
What the hell's a damn point in?
Did you miss when Jake said the millions of dollars at stake?
Oh, it's Thursday, so I can say it. I don't
care.
I'd rather I don't have a problem with them making money, but if it's just simply a trophy dash.
Yeah, it's an exhibition.
Yeah.
It's not a trophy dash, John. It's a cash dash.
Whatever. If I wanted to watch the networks already run game shows. I could watch the Steve Harvey and the Family Feud. I could watch the new Press Your Luck.
So Vegas is regular season, yeah. So I was right on this. The Spikes Under the Lights is exhibition. So what we just talked about is exhibition.
No, I'm not excited to watch.
Okay, I'll have it on. Sure, that's in 3 weeks. 3 weeks from right now. I care.
Okay.
Aaron Judge has been cleared for light activity as he recovers from a stress fracture in his rib cage and promises, "I'll be back this season for sure." But when?
There's only 2 months left in the regular season, right? So we're not having a whole lot of time.
Far be it from me to question what's going on here, but
all rise.
I mean, it's a stress fracture in a rib, and he's been out almost 2 months.
Yeah, when was this? Was it the beginning of
May
June?
31st?
Oh, so it's over 2 months then.
Oh, it is. It's over 2 months.
Yeah, it's over 2 months.
It seems like there's more to this than that.
Yeah.
For a stress, I mean, I've broken a rib before. Now, granted, I'm not a Major League Baseball
Hall of
player.
Famer, you are not. Yeah,
but
Kugler is.
Man, this just, I don't know. Seems like there's more to it than this.
Yeah, I would guess sometime next month, right before the playoffs. I guess. All right. Good luck to him and good luck to the Yankees. Hope they lose.
On the other side of New York, grade the celebration of new Mets call-up Jeffrey Yan to his first career Major League strikeout.
You're a lefty and you're to my right, so it's just not going to work. And there's his strikeout, and he leaps in the air and celebrates as only Jeffrey Young.
His thing, by the way, he does this.
Wait, after every strikeout? Is this like a Martin Gramatica situation?
That was the first name that came to my mind.
So we work well together.
I have no problem with guys being happy, especially first Major League strikeout.
Yeah, for sure.
I question.
But he does this every time?
I question the nature of the celebration because what he does is he jumps in the air. He almost kind of does the splits in the air, and almost like it's kind of like James Brown, where he kind of comes down on his leg. Like James Brown would jump in the air and he kind of split his legs as he landed.
The Fox announcer?
No. The singer. James Brown in the hot tub.
Yeah, I know James.
I gotta get in the water. It's hot. Ooh, hot.
I give it a thumbs up. I don't like it if he does it every time though.
Well, I'm just worried he's gonna get hurt.
Fun. Yeah, for like Martin Gramatica. Or was it Bill? Which one got hurt?
No, it was Martin.
Yeah.
Hell, it might have been both.
It might have been.
Martin Gramatica might make the Husker enemies list just because I didn't like him.
What about his face mask? Remember his helmet?
Face,
It was
what
like
a dork.
It was really big and open.
God, a dork.
Yeah, for sure.
Steve Belichick, son of Bill, and the North Carolina defensive coordinator, had to take a leave of absence for medical reasons. Bill would only say his son would be back as soon as possible. What impact could this have on the Tar Heels?
I think a pretty sizable one, if I'm being honest. He's been in college football. He was at Washington a couple of years ago. It seems like from all reports, might be one of, if not the best coaches on the staff. Season from hell vibes that we're already getting from North Carolina after a season that already felt like it was from hell.
It does kind of have that feeling. Now, I wouldn't say it. There's a part of me that wants to push back and say it's not going to be that big a deal because Bill Belichick is still there. And we all know
that could be a negative now.
He is the defensive genius. But yes, definitely a disruption. Hopefully, whatever the medical issue is, it's not super serious.
Yeah, seriously.
But yeah, it just feels like everything.
Nothing's going well for them right now, John. Nothing.
Because I was willing to entertain the idea that North Carolina might be okay this year. Not good, just okay. Nah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Which is very sad because I think college football needs Bill Belichick, as most of the people in the college football media would
Definitely.
agree.
I mean, it's fun to have him because he sucks, so we can make fun of him. I agree with you there, John.
On a conference call with shareholders, Fox chairman Lachlan Murdoch announced that the network will not renegotiate their NFL rights deal until they get closer to the 2030 opt-out date in their contract. The NFL has been wanting to start the process now. Is Fox playing a game of chicken against old Roger Goodell? They can't win.
This is a very interesting tactic.
Yes, it is.
Now, Fox certainly has been a little more cash-strapped than other networks.
Very important to know in this discussion.
But the NFL is everything. I saw somewhere somebody describe linear network television as dependent on the NFL because that's what drives everything. Without it, the network may as well not exist because obviously primetime shows aren't like what they used to be. You know, it's not destination television. The NFL is the one thing that makes CBS, ABC, Fox, NBC destination television. The only way I could see this working is if they had solidarity with Paramount, who owns CBS, with ESPN, ABC. But the problem is you got all those streamers out there. You got Apple, you got Netflix, who's weaving their way into the partnership.
Yeah.
And so this is a very chancy thing because if the NFL gets a really good offer or gets entertained by a good offer, and Fox is like, no, we're not going to talk right now, they could find themselves on the outs. And we saw even 30 years ago
what it did for CBS?
Yes, before network television really went on its downhill slide in terms of an influential pop culture product, it devastated CBS when they lost the NFL. And then when NBC lost it for a period of time,
the same thing.
It hurt NBC.
And that was in a different environment when those networks really, really mattered. I'm with you. I think something's going to happen big in the next negotiation. I think one of these networks is going to lose the NFL, and I think it's going to cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems.
Somehow list season continues on ESPN.
We do need to take a break.
Yeah, we got to take a break.
Oh, we're good. We're good on time. Don't worry about it. We'll take a break, come back. What's for dinner? Wrap up the drum next 1620 The Zone.
when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie. That's
Tortillas. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas, going out to eat.
I am going to be enjoying something in the Tortillas family. The wife has sent me a picture. We are having chicken quesadillas.
Oh, that sounds good.
Good.
Now,
Wait,
as
they're
you
already
know,
being made?
I'm not a huge fan of quesadillas in the sense that it's just that they're thin.
Yeah. We'll load it up with some stuff. Put some stuff in the
But
stuff.
because my wife does not make slop, I'm sure these are the
Do
best
not
quesadillas.
Put it on the internet that his wife makes. She's already making it, John. You're not going to be home for like an hour and a half.
Well, that's how it usually works. I usually eat when
Does
I
she
get-
leave it in the oven like it's the 50s?
Oh yeah. Well, not in the. We have the air fryer, which also works as a warmer.
Okay. We are having pesto pasta, grilled chicken, garlic knots, and sautéed green beans.
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty exciting dinner.
That's quite the exciting
yeah,
dinner.
I told her to text me earlier because I was like, I'm not going to remember.
Was there a special occasion tonight or something?
No, she really wants to do that stuff. That's
Wow,
awesome.
no special occasion tonight. What kind of a football fan are you? Fraud!
That's not football food. But I'm looking
Why
forward to it.
can't it be football
I don't know.
food?
I don't think of pesto pasta as like football food. I think of like wings and pizza.
You know what? I'm going to open my own place. I'm going to call it Pesto Pasta, and we're going to have a football on every TV.
Jake?
I think I'm going to go to Popeyes and get a spicy chicken
Let's
sandwich.
go,
That's what I'm
Jake!
feeling.
Now, Jake, you
Let's
need
go, Jake!
you still
Let's go, Jake!
you still need to be here tomorrow for 2:00. How are you expecting?
1:45 actually.
How are you expecting to do that if you're going to Popeyes?
I've eaten it enough. I think I'm prepared.
He's
I
prepared.
myself.
He didn't even get your dumb joke. Good job, Jake. Tomorrow, Michigan State. Jack Mitchell. Kent Walgamot.
Yep.
Talking about Blackberry.
Mitch Holtis.
Mitch Holtis. Busy Friday.
Busy Friday.
One beer
Friday.
Friday.
Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Enjoy the baseball tonight.